Greetings, family. OCO, welcome. Grand Rising, Joyous Rising, Great Rising. Happy Thursday, family. Are you excited today? I'm so excited. Welcome, family. I am so happy to see you all here. Today is Thursday, January the 2nd, 2024, and the time is 8:03 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Happy New Year, family. Oh my gosh, we have such a wonderful, wonderful surprise today. We have an esteemed gentleman here to talk to us about a plethora of things, backed by popular demand. A gentleman with that ape energy who's come to proclaim and reclaim the empire as he was instructed to do. And he's here to cast spells. Spells of goodness, spells of righteousness, but also to break spells, the wicked spells that have been cast upon us. So keep checking in, family. Let us know where you're hailing from. I'm so happy to see you all here today. I don't want to keep you much longer than I already have, because some of you have been waiting since earlier this morning for this esteemed guest of ours. So let me just read a little bit about this gentleman, family, as you check in, okay? It's not like you all don't know him. You know who we're talking about, but let's just give a little bit of background about this wonderful gentleman that the Most High has sent into our lives. We call him affectionately Chief Pontiac. His government name is Rod Hayes. So let me tell you something about him. Chief Pontiac, also known as Rod Hayes, is a shaman who studied and practiced ancient shamanic practices in order to liberate the people on the planet and to restore ancient systems that bring balance and harmony to the planet. As such, he was recently proclaimed to be chief of a particular tribe of the Cherokee Nation. As a child, Chief Pontiac's mother recognized his special gifts and his abilities, and she told her baby that his job was to fix problems, not just identify problems, but to fix these problems and to fix them by using what she and he calls the unity key. Chief Pontiac asserts that he is using the unity key and his shamanic practices to rebuild what had been torn down globally by global rogue governments. Chief Pontiac, known for his shamanic practices, is also known for his efforts to restore ancient matriarchal practices. He states that society across the globe is waiting on American matriarchal solidification in order to switch the system back to where it was before the system went rogue. Known for his lectures and passions to restore the matriarchy, Chief Pontiac teaches how ancient Babylonian blood contracts subdued the matriarchy while placing the entire planet in a chokehold under its spell. However, according to Chief Pontiac, the planet has rebelled. This, he asserts, is why we are witnessing earthquakes, tidal waves, and other symbols of planetary unrest. Earth, in essence, as he states, is tired of planetary chaos and blood conjure wars. Therefore, she has awakened like a sleeping dragon. The only way to restore the planet, according to Chief Pontiac, is to expose the behaviors of darkness and bring harmony and balance by restoring Mama, as we know, is the matriarchy. According to Chief, the powers that were used Babylonian money magic, aka a debt-based, fiat-based monetary system to enslave us. But he further suggests that the powers that were also use 9 areas of people activity as prescribed by Dr. Neely Fuller in order to enslave us. Those 9 areas of activity are economics, education, entertainment, labor and law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And he adds a 10th area that they use to enslave us, health. And we saw that in 2019 with the CV-19. Today, Chief Pontiac, along with Mama Kia, are here to break spells by exposing these activities while also bringing joy and good news about positive activities that are presently occurring that were set in motion to liberate the Most High's people. Family, please, without any further ado, help me welcome none other than Chief Pontiac, also known as Rod Hayes. Hey, Chief. We can't hear you, Chief.
That was amazing, Dr. Kia. Made me feel like I was important.
You are important. You
I'm over
are
here
super
listening to
important.
you. I'm just blushing. And then you got the message right, too.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, the message is that because the only time when we didn't have wars on recorded record is during what we call the reign of Atlantis.
Okay.
And most of us don't know that Atlantis was governed by a matriarchal council of 72 mothers.
Wow. Never knew
This
that.
is where your biblical concept of the 72 elders as the guiding council for the king of Israel came from.
Wow.
They took all of our culture, weaved it into a doctrine, and gave it to us as religion. But because we don't remember our culture, we don't know how to unravel the mystery that they gave us, which trapped our minds in a maze of information.
Wow. Wow. And so, according to you, based on what I've heard, the way we can restore harmony and balance is by restoring the matriarchy. Is that correct?
That's the only way.
I
That's
don't
the
know if
only
that's
way.
going to go over. I don't know if that's going to go over too well, because even when you first told me that, I was like, I don't know if we're ready for that, Chief.
Well, we got to be ready for it because before 1492, we haven't been away from the matriarchy on the land totally since they've been here, but we had to put the male chiefs out front for the purpose of war.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, in order for us to perpetuate healing, you have to put the nurturing tribal mothers out front. The mothers is the healers of the nation.
Okay.
And this is why healed women heal women, because the mitochondrial resonance allows the healed women to be able to download the healing sequence of the woman that recovered.
I see.
So they use conjure magic to break up the sisterhood. It was called the shattering of the Sibyls.
Okay.
And those were the high priestesses of the land, oracles of the land. Right. Mami Wada wrote is part of the Mami Wada writings, and she tell you about it. The sacerdotal seat is the Pope sits under it. He can't sit on it. He's not a woman. And they tell us that it's St. Peter's seat, but St. Peter's seat is in a whole different place in Europe.
Is this why the Pope worships Madonna, or give reverence to the Madonna, because he knows this is the correct way?
Yeah. And he know that if he don't acknowledge her, his kingdom will crumble, but he don't have to tell us he acknowledging her. He got us acknowledging some stringy hippie that's going to come back with a Philharmonic orchestra surfing on the cloud to save the souls of the innocent lambs of the earth. Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
So how did they use conjure wars in order to destroy the matriarchal systems that were here before?
Well, right here, over here, right, the controlling conjures coming out of DC.
Okay.
So the breaking of the conjure, this is why they got all of those buildings fenced in.
What? Okay.
They've been fenced in since 2020. See anybody? Okay, it's a young lady on YouTube named Nancy Drew.
Yes. Yes.
She been going around showing you everything fenced in for the last 5 years.
She sure has. You're right. She sure has.
And then if you remember the Senate hearings from the Iran-Contra, and if you remember any of the Senate hearings from the 90s, and you see where they doing Senate hearings, that's not the same building. It's not the same location. So they somewhere else masquerading as if they doing Senate hearings. The corporation is dead. It's a defunct corporation. Okay. The most recent thing was they finally fenced in the Federal Reserve. That means we seized that. And on the heels of that, the United States Treasury had to buy all of the banks to keep people from losing all of their money.
That's not common knowledge, is it? That the United
No,
States Treasury bought all the okay.
the United
Wow.
States Treasury is not even in DC no more. It's on tribal land and right outside Reno, Nevada.
Wow. Okay. This is excellent news. What does this mean for the people?
Okay, so we going away from fiat currency
Okay.
and we transferring over to gold-backed currency. The
Okay.
Federal Reserve System was the fiat system tied to the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. The United States Treasury System is going to be tied to the BRICS, right? But it has to come online first, which means they have to crash the Federal Reserve System publicly, so they can justify switching over to what's used to be called United States Treasury notes.
I see.
Right. Remember, JFK tried to bring back the silver certificate United States Treasury notes. Right. And the Federal Reserve was in on what happened with him. Because you got to remember, it was overseen by George Herbert Walker Bush, and he's come from the oil tycoon line on the Bush line and from the bankers off the press guys.
Okay.
So he got a double interest because he got controlling oil interests. Right. So you got to remember what was going on at the time that they assassinating JFK. He's doing speeches condemning the church for sending people to say, since you're a Catholic, you need to work for us Jesuits. And he pretty much told them the KMA. Right. So he came out and did the speech, the separation of church and state. Right. Then he discovered that there was this all these secret societies was plotting to claim America away from the tribes, from the people. He came out and he did a speech at the press club. Is the name of the speech to the press club, addressed to the press or something like that. But in it, he talks about the secret societies and the methods they was using that was telling the public what was going on behind the scenes. And now he's coming with the Federal Reserve. Okay, they filed bankruptcy, so they're insolvent already. So they got us betting on ass, as they say in the gambling casino. Right? We gambling with money that doesn't have anything to support us to cash it in.
Okay.
Right? So we use the monopoly money, and we trying to get people to do business with us with monopoly money, and as if it's real. Right. And they were only credits to float the banking system to administer this artificial government. This corporate government was what the real bankruptcy was about. The government went bankrupt. The bankers stepped in and gave them loans. Then they foreclosed on the loans because the corporate government couldn't pay the loans back. Then when they took over, they used the Congress to pass a series of bills, the Federal Reserve Act, the Buck Act, the Internal Revenue Act, the United States tax codes. All of that came out together as part of a means to turn us into debt servants, put us under contractual slavery, because everybody know debt equals slavery.
Right.
So and the good credit score means you've been a good slave. So they know who they can trust to give larger and larger amounts of access to the credit without having to use their indemnity account. They trade that in the international market and batch roll birth certificates. Right? Wall Street was always founded on human trafficking. When they talk about pork bellies, they talk about babies.
Wow.
Right? When they talk about all of those are codes. Ain't none of that stuff what they telling you.
Okay.
And then now they phantom trading because Wall Street been shut down for a couple of years. So they phantom trading. They just making up numbers to make it look like it's some real trading going on.
Wow. I did not know that.
I've been telling people that for years. I would say if you get you a good stock, hurry up and ride it and cash out because they just phantom trade.
Mm.
Right?
Right.
So while they phantom trading, they ain't telling you that they got caught laundering over $1 trillion in drug money, $1 trillion in international illegal firearm sales, $1 trillion and over $1 trillion in proceeds derived directly from the trafficking in humans. All of this is on the record. It ain't even no secret.
So
But
we're not just making this up. Go ahead.
Yeah, but they're not going to talk about it on the news.
Right.
Right. But the world court already came out and gave their findings. They had one of the judges was assigned to tell us. He came out and told us, and we seen it. We just thought, oh, that's a nice little thing you just said, and kept going on about our business. Everything that we be telling people, the people that's really telling them what's going on, they not being listened to. But the ones that's giving them misdirection and running David Copperfield tricks on them the ones they focus on. And the ones that they can gossip about. Now, that's the biggest thing because we love gossip so much that anything that they can throw out there it's like throwing a bone for a dog to chase while you break into the house. You know, we chase the gossip to our own detriment. Look, the people that need to be worried about their own self-liberation know more about Puffy Case than they know about the movement of the Federal Reserve.
That's so true.
They can tell you inside and out the whole of the Puffy Case, but they can't tell you that the tribe's been systematically doing step-by-step reclaiming of the land for the last 10 years and show you each step of the way where it was being done. And it was being done in everybody's face. They said we had a right to use our system, the oral tradition, to take everything back. So I've been using the oral tradition to systematically take everything back. And they've been giving Empress Red Bird all the receipts. The foundational documents in which the fraud is built on in order to use the fruit of the poison tree doctrine, all of the ones that follow are also null and void. So they gave her the paperwork, right? Sending good vibes to Empress Red Bird, by the way. She in seclusion right now. So, but she watch you. She love your show, and so I told her I was talk to you about getting her on here one day.
Okay. Thank you. People been telling me about her as well. Yes.
Yeah, she's very important to the land because, okay, so people know about allodial titles, but what they don't know is the tribes never needed a title. That's European in origin. So when the Europeans staked the claim over here, the king of England, the king of France, and the king of Spain signed off on allodial contracts, which is allotted by royal families to the lords. The lords become the landlords, the land barons.
Okay.
Then the systematic way to keep you from ever striking out against them is to create a structure, and they give you what's called a property tax system. And they allow you to make it up to pay your own taxes on your own. And that way you don't feel like you being forced to pay for land that can't nobody buy or sell. You can only be appointed a portion of territory according to your capabilities to work the land. If you're not a farmer and you in the city talking about when we gonna get our land back, you're not finna go to no farmer and do that hard ass work. Don't even worry about it. Plus, half of us gonna be wealthy, so you know how we gonna do. As soon as we get a job, as soon as we get some money, we ain't going to work.
That's true.
We not going to work, especially when we in this victim mentality of post-traumatic slave disorder. We actually hold more energy to the slave narrative, never knowing that they turned the story around from prisoners of war to servants of a master. And that's how you create a master race. But the master race ain't the ones that they telling you. They using decoys, deceivers, fall guys, crash dummies, stunt dummies. They supposed to take the fall when we wake up because we supposed to be so groggy that everybody screaming kill Whitey think they talk about paleface. Whitey ain't even paleface. He a Moor, according to Black's Law Dictionary.
Yeah.
Right. So if the white man is a Moor, who the black man? A Maru. They look alike, but they ain't the same.
Okay.
George Washington challenged in 200 years, you won't know what side of the water you belong to. I know exactly what side of the water I belong to. I'm Mississippi clay dirt walking, organic to the land, sprang from the land like a tree.
Autogenous, yes.
Been here from the beginning, gonna be here to the end.
Mm-hmm.
So when all of these things is taking place across the land, we've been taught to follow the what's called mainstream narrative, because everybody knows it's easier to swim with the current than to go against it.
Absolutely.
But how you get to be a stronger swimmer is you swim against the current. You might struggle at first, but you're gonna get strong enough to swim against the current. That's the same as you standing there knowing the truth, trying to tell everybody that's thinking you crazy what the truth is, and they looking at you like you from somewhere else.
Right.
And you just sound like a babbling idiot, but most people don't know that smart people sound crazy to dumb people. And you living in a system that requires them to use Skinner box technology and Pavlovian response systems to systematically dumb you down in education.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
go ahead.
You mentioned us being, what you say, prisoners of war.
Yes.
How did that come about, please? I don't want to interrupt your thought, though. I can wait till you finish your thought.
Ooh. That's a good question. So remember, they told us in history class that Columbus was looking for an alternative route to India.
Right.
And that's what they told us, right?
Told us, yes.
The first problem is India didn't become India until the 1950s. It was Hindustan for hundreds of years before that.
Okay.
So what India is he looking for? So they are operating under what's called the white man's burden. We call it the doctrine of discovery.
Mm-hmm.
They are in exile following the French Revolution and the Spanish Inquisition, in which they exiled the Islamic Moors from Europe. The first place they exiled them to was Northern Africa. Right? And they went to put ships together to do expeditions because they needed a homeland, because they wasn't native nowhere, wasn't nowhere for them to go.
Okay.
Right? So under the papal doctrine of discovery, the Pope first gave the Spanish conquistadors permission to settle the Americas. Right? And this is Christopher Columbus was actually from the Cologne family, which is one of the secret black nobilities of Europe. That's actually melanated nappy-head people. And they came over here to establish a home front for the so-called lost tribes of Israel in the Bible. But they made it up. It's all made up.
Okay.
And is used for the application of military conquest. Okay, so now that the Spanish conquistadors is heading this way, Christopher Columbus is coming from Spain, being funded by Isabella and Ferdinand. Remember?
Okay. Yes, I remember that.
Okay, now remember what happened when he came back and told them about the Americas and all of that? And not too long after that, they got beheaded. That was part of the rebellion.
Oh.
They was looking for an alternative location to set up shop. The White House is Casablanca. So they used sigil magic in DC and established a White House, a Casablanca, on this land as an embassy. That's why DC is a 10 square mile enclave. It's not a city. Okay. It's a city state. It's separate from all of the rest of the stuff on the land. They don't got nothing to do with nobody outside of the 10 square miles of DC. But they tricked us with post office boxes. Because they used the postal zones are the grids for what's called the Plymouth crash. Remember Malcolm say we didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us?
Yes.
If you look up Plymouth Rock, it's to commemorate a crash down in the bay by DC, where the embassy at. Crash site, ground zero.
Wow.
And they came to the flag. Now they waging war on us with the Spanish and the English gentry. These are your British nobles that's also being exiled, and they still look like us. But they ain't us. They move up into New Jersey and upstate New York and gated communities, and they talk about us like we are animals on the farm.
Wow.
The only time they associate with us is when they think we about to figure out who they is. They need to cause a rebellion, and they come and incite us to riots, tribal conflicts between the different tribes, stuff like that. That's their job. It's told about by the FBI is what's called the FBI informant program. Right. And also they had what's called the COINTELPRO infiltration program. Yeah. And they wasn't using pale faces to infiltrate our organizations. Most of us believe that the ADL and the JDL is pale face Jews. They just the cover story.
Okay.
The real Jews is what they call Zionist Jews, is Moorish Zionist Jews. Them the ones who fell out with Noble Drew Ali.
Okay.
That's why he had to leave New Jersey. So he set up the Moorish Science Temple and put codes all through the Circle 7, the Oral Statements and Prophecies. So when we read the material, it don't seem like this doesn't make sense for him to be who he was and this material be this elementary. Right? And what the ancestors say, 9 out of 10, the simplest answer is the right answer. You know, so Elijah Muhammad said, make it plain enough for a baby to understand it. So then when you look back at his material, and then like, what would he be trying to get children to understand? We don't ask some type of questions when we studying because we too busy trying to be adept in the adept chambers and sound all important with a bunch of dogmatic words that don't mean nothing. But when you see past the charade and you realize how we move versus how they move, and you look back on history, it'll play out like you looking back on a video game. Or you hit rewind on a movie. You can go back, keep rewinding, keep looking at a situation. Hindsight is 20/20 for a reason.
Right.
So we look to the past in order to know where we got to go for the future. When I look to the past, I was like, yeah, I don't want to repeat none of this BS that I see.
I know that's right.
So we gonna have to do something different for the future because I don't support none of the shackling the people. I don't support the rape campaign, babies as human food and sex toys. I ain't with none of that. Right? But I know where it came from and I know who was behind it. That's why they call us sinners.
Why?
The Babylonian magic was written by a guy named Ninnersin.
Okay.
the ones who practice those ritual rites are called sinners.
Wow.
And every time they got these people doing communion, they participating in the rites of sin.
Mm-mm. 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 So once we became prisoners of war by what some people in the chat are calling dirty Moors.
They was the first ones come over here, and they used the sweetheart swindle in the Jones Plantation philosophy to trick us into thinking that somebody else was running the farm. So they married Big Mama and poisoned her. That's how they was able to enter into agreements, because they inherited the land from their wife. We don't believe in selling land. This is how they always tell on themselves. Anybody that was selling land and he was over a large plot of land, he was one of them. He married the Big Mama. That's why they called it the Big House. They took her name off of it. It wasn't a plantation. Every clan had family farms.
Whoa, I got chills.
Come in, yeah, and they come in. Big Mamas was a lot of times single by 30 because they was married to some old geezer, 90, 80 years old. Right? And she might have 6, 8, 10 babies. Mm-hmm. They knew this. It could exploit the loneliness of the woman. It's the sweetheart swindle. It's the classic Valentine's Day seduction. Mm. And once he get her to marry him, now he got the right to utilize the land however he see fit once he get rid of her, but he poisoned her. Mm-hmm. Look, if they was poisoning the men chiefs with infected women and syphilis infected women and smallpox blankets, what make you think they wouldn't try to take over from the mothers? They can't get the land from the men because we already know that the land is the responsibility of the women. They don't the owners of the land.
I was just talking about that the other day, how under the matriarchal systems, the property passed down through the mother, and how that makes sense because she's going to take care of all her children. Doesn't matter who the father is. But when, when according to Marion Stone, who's an author, she said you can correct me though if I'm wrong. She said when the Aryans came out of the Caucasus Mountains, they decimated and this is a Caucasian woman, European woman. Mm-hmm. They decimated all the female gods, and they started marrying the women in order to own the land of the woman and control the womb of the woman and her land. And then it makes sense then for the man to say, well, this is now my property, and the only children I'm going to take care of are the ones that come from my law, right? So, but that's not how it used to be.
No.
Okay.
No. So the lands was allotted in portions of land, and most of the chiefs had a governable size clan, but he still had a clan mother.
Okay.
Every chief had a clan mother that even if she put him out front to run stuff, mm-hmm. he got to run it by her to make sure that he not doing something that is belligerent to the children or the planet.
Okay, right.
So the women is the council. Mm-hmm. They the ones who say, excuse me, is it beneficial or harmful to the children? Mm-hmm. But we can't do that if it's going to hurt the babies.
Okay.
That makes sense, because if it's going to hurt the babies, it's going to hurt the future.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So how is it going to affect the earth? That's how they got to do all that mining under patriarchy. Mm. The strip mining was not allowed under the matriarchy. You had to do tunnel mining. Okay. And the tunnel mining was to make sure that you wasn't over extending the land's resource. Okay. And you're supposed to fill the tunnels back in, but people started living in them. Mm. And then they started using them for underground commerce because they found that the mine tunnels can go to another mine tunnel to another mine tunnel. Sometimes all you got to do is move 6 feet of wall and you're in a whole different mine network.
Wow.
And that was where you get your concept of underground railroad. It was train tracks under the ground, mining tracks.
Okay.
And most of the stories of the Underground Railroad is fabricated. They fabricated it in order to attach it to the slave narrative to give us some rebellious heroes that they can control our worship of.
Wow.
They celebrate the ones that they want us to acknowledge, and they bury the ones that they want us to forget.
Mm-hmm.
Right? When we have History Month, Native History Month, Black History Month, don't nobody bring up Lucy Parsons.
Never heard of her.
The FBI's most feared Black woman. She just so happened to be a Native American.
Okay.
They feared her because she had the genetic right to serve them eviction. She just didn't have a chief advisor that knew the old culture that could tell her what to, this is what you're missing. That's the same thing that happened with Empress Red Bird.
Mm-hmm.
She was successful in their system. She won in their system, but they don't never honor nothing when we win in their system.
Right. She won about $85 quadrillion.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That was the accumulated value of all of the resources on the land and in the land.
Okay.
In the geography, remember, they granted her 68,888 acres. Right? So all of that land, the resources in that land that they had stripped it of, they have to give it back to her. But they don't got it. They squandered the wealth. But the Pope was the one holding all of the resource. That's why Donald Trump had he went and got the certificate from the White Dragon Society over in the Philippines some damn where. Then he came back and then he had to show it to the military because now under military control from the commander-in-chief, it's executionable as an act of war for them to resist giving us back our gold when we had a title to it. So the military, it moved in on the Vatican. Look, when they was raiding the Vatican, they was giving subtle reports about activities at the Vatican, but they wouldn't never say exactly what it was.
Wow. Okay.
Right. They took a whole bunch of bishops, like 80 bishops, they arrested out the gate. They mentioned it, but then they stopped. They didn't carry it on no more than a little article in the back page of the newspaper. That's big news.
Yeah, it is.
That should have been the headline across all major news networks, unless somebody that was trying to keep it a secret can control the news to that degree. Right? And that was part of the CIA infiltration of the media. They got movies from the 50s about that. So what make you think they wouldn't be doing it now? And JFK told us they was using the media to control and take over. So if he ain't know what he was talking about, he must have been a prophet.
No wonder they wanted to get rid of him.
Yeah, he was doing a lot of stuff. Remember, the mafia was mad at him because his daddy made all them deals to get the mafia to use they underground connections to promote him as the next president. And they was instrumental in him getting in office. And the first thing he did when they went to ask for their favors is sick Robert on them. Get him, Bobby. And Bobby, he one of them brothers that when his brothers say get him, ain't no backing down, ain't no retreat. You should have never pissed my brother off. Because if you piss my brother off, that means you got a problem that both of us got to handle.
Right.
That's why he was going at the mob like that.
Okay.
But he was also going at, see, the CIA got mob ties. And that mob ties was through George Herbert Walker Bush. It all traced back to the old man. Whether we go 9/11 route, trace back to World Trade Center and the controlling, he's a dirty player. That's why he was the first one Trump got rid of. And the second one was John McCain.
Okay.
Right? The two biggest traitors operating on the land. You got to remember, John McCain was the one gave up the position to the enemy, and they gave him a pardon for it. They were supposed to give him a bullet in the face. According to the military law, he was a traitor. Gave up the military positions to the enemy. Yeah, you're supposed to die for that. What they do? Slap the badge on, honor on him, put his strong arm in a little sling and sent him to D.C. Ain't nobody in D.C. like him. But they scared to say something to him because his marionette master, his Geppetto, that old man Bush, the pedo. He put Obama in office. He created the Clinton, all them assets. Those was George Herbert Walker Bush assets.
I see.
Right? Like if you go to Behold a Pale Horse, he tell you about the Senate Select Committee that made him King George I of the United States of America. So me, when I was locked up, I went and pulled the bill in the law library, and it said what he said. So I know he wasn't lying because it's in the bill. Right? So once you read it, you can't go, okay, well, I know this information, but what do I do with it? Right? You watch it play out and it expose itself. Now we just shining the light back down the dark corridors of the past so we can show you where it was all at.
Right. You mentioned Behold the Pale Horse, and that just reminds me of what I saw. And I think you were trying to help me see that, maybe I need a little more clarity when we saw Beyonce riding in on the white horse during the halftime of the games on Christmas. What was that symbolic of something?
Yeah. So the biblical reference for the pale horse is not the biblical reference for the white horse. Okay. The pale horse is gray in color.
I see.
When you go back to the original, the Greek word for it, it's kind of telling you that it's a grayish color, a pale gray.
Okay.
The white horse, they say the one who sat on the white horse is called faithful and true.
Right.
In another place, it said, and the one that sat up on the white horse was given the keys to war and went about conquering and to conquer. Right? So they're not the same.
Okay.
The one who sat up on the pale horse carries death.
Right.
Right? So death means absolute change. It don't always mean somebody got to die.
Okay.
It just means that the change is definite. It's a for sure change. It's just like reading in the tarot card. Tarot reader be trying to explain to people, the devil card don't mean the devil. It mean in the physical world. Wow. But when you talk in the spiritual world, they give you the lovers instead. When you look at the cards, they mirror images of each other. One is above and one is below. Right? It's the same thing with the death card. Right? And they tell you get the death card, people think somebody about to die. It don't mean death in the literal sense.
Let's see.
Right? It's oracle reading. Death means an absolute change. Something that was once vigorous in this form is no longer in that form. It don't exist no more. It's dead. When the caterpillar comes out of the cocoon, that as the butterfly, the caterpillar itself is dead.
Right.
But when you look in the cocoon, you can't find the caterpillar. You just seen the butterfly come out. So now you're trying to figure out what happened to the caterpillar because he ain't there no more.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Metamorphosis.
So help me understand.
Change.
Okay. So help me understand. Can you make it clear for me what the symbolism of Beyonce it was riding on a white horse? Because I know they do things through codes.
Yeah. So in Mexico, it's called Jefe Blanco, the white boss. And it's symbolism she used in the Western style cultural symbolism. That means Southwest primary origin for the Western style of dress.
Okay.
And so she's telling us it's from the West comes a conqueror.
Okay.
I don't know what song she was singing, so I can't go into like how that tied to what she was doing. Okay. But the whole thing, if you notice, she came with a whole white army.
Yes. Yes.
Right. And you notice they've been having a lot of fog on the West Coast. Mm-hmm. It's a big ass ship cloaked over there.
Makes sense.
So when the cloaking agent for the ship falls to the earth, it look like fog. And you will know that it's chemical based because it'll float on water, turn into foam.
Okay.
Right. So that's the cloaking agent for the ship. So she's telling you the ship coming in on the final hurrah from the west, southwest. So if you ever see that picture, it's a picture of America. It looked like it got the A written across for the solar orbit.
Okay.
And you've seen it on the deck clock. It's been on the deck clock. That's the proposed trajectory of the returning Nibiru ships.
Ooh, okay.
Right. But they can only come when the tribes are back in power. Because they got to get rid of the ones who were holding the power from the old system because they the ones who corrupted the earth. The whole idea and descriptive analysis of this place called heaven used to be earth when it was controlled under the matriarchy. That's why all of those masculine species wanted to come here to relish in the energy of this divine feminine. But when they got here, some of them was a little fruity and they got jealous of the women because they was used to the male attention.
Oh.
And now they want to know why the women getting all the attention. Because we don't want to look at your hairy ass. We rather look at her.
While you're talking, I'm just going through in my mind Marion Stone's book, When God Was a Woman. Like she lays it out that these people who came here, she said, she called them Aryans from the Caucasus Mountains. She said they were homosexual in nature. They were brutish. They hated women and they decimated mama all across the planet. And it's
she gave you a 100% descriptive analysis of Enlil's fleet.
Okay.
The ones that they say came down on top of Mount Hermon. Right? They couldn't go west because the Egyptians was the barrier. So they went north. When they go north, they settle in the Caucasus Mountains and they got nappy hair. Right? And they got they got yellow skin, not pale skin. Or what we would call them in the Mississippi culture, they call them a light bright.
Okay.
Right? Oh, look at that light bright. I mean, that bright boy and that bright girl down there.
Yeah.
That's what they right. So, but they had nappy hair. Most people don't know that if you were originally from the earth, you're gonna have a higher propensity to have nappy or curly hair than you is straight hair.
Right.
Straight hair is the minority, but it was still tribes that had straight hair. Melanated tribes with straight hair. And then you have your Asian tribes with the hollow hair. That's a whole nother Y chromosome haplogroup.
Okay.
Right? You had 12 daughters of Isis. All of them was a different skin color and hair texture. And eyes, some of them had funny eyes. Right? So they settled in the regions of the earth in 12 major sections. The 13th seat was the sacerdotal seat, the Isis seat, the Inanna seat, the Olympia seat, the Columbia seat, the Guadalupe seat. She's still in all of the cultures under different names, and they put her right there in front of you, but you don't know that the son can't never be greater than the mother because he can't carry no baby in his womb. So when we realize that aspect, Hail Mary, Mother of God, well, what that make her?
Woo! Woo! A goddess.
So when they say, when she said Hail Mary, Mother of God, think about what it's saying about the making the man. Let us make man in our image. But just kick his uterus out in early. Kick his uterus out. Make his ovaries drop. Turn them into testes. Because the women can override the Y chromosome if it got any defect in it and produce a girl baby without that Y.
My daughter who studied biology told me that, and she told me that in the womb, a child starts out as a female.
All zygotes are female. It's not until later on that the mothers determine the Y chromosome is not going to be defective that she okay the progesterone, testosterone balance in her blood to convert the genetics of the child from female to male.
That's beautiful.
The mitochondria run this place. I don't care what they say. Because it's the mitochondrial right to scan the chromosome or the Y chromosome. Men we inherit it from mama, but we can't pass it on to baby. That's why everything comes through the mother line.
Okay.
And the same mitochondrial in the woman from a specific geography is in the soil of that geography, and that's how you know who organic to that land. It's more accurate than 23andMe.
1 minute, Chief. Family, if you're enjoying this lecture and this conversation with Chief Hayes, who is also known as Rod Hayes or Chief Pontiac, then let us know in the chat that you appreciate him, and let's send him a blessing. I really believe in blessing people that help us out or share knowledge and information. And you can send him a blessing at $ by Cash App at $ SikApe, just to let him know that we appreciate him and we're grateful and thankful that he took the time out to share this information that you're not going to hear anywhere else. At least I haven't heard it anywhere else, except for, studying the matriarchy. I did do, since I did study some anthropology, but this is impressive. Just knowing that we're going to return to the matriarchy, understanding how important it is, all of that, and how the whole world really is returning back to the matriarchy. They're waiting on the sisterhood here in America. So if you are appreciating this, and if you want to even ask him some questions before you do, just drop him a love offering, family. Send him a Cash App blessing at $ SikApe, and that's called the SikApe. And he never asked for that. It's something that I enjoy doing because I was raised and taught that if a person blesses you, you should give back to them. And the Bible says, muzzle not the ox that treadeth out the corn. So, Chief, I hope you don't mind me doing that. It's just my great pleasure that you've taken the time to be here today.
Reciprocity.
Yes, sir.
I accept everything with gratitude and return the love just the same for it to come back to him tenfold. In multiples of 10. Beautiful. That's how the love energy is exchanged through gratitude, reciprocity. Okay. Right. And when we do stuff for each other, Right? I come on here, I don't ask for nothing. I just come over here to give y'all the information.
Yeah.
It serves two purposes. Notice the agent, notice the principle. It's everything I say is for public notice. So when I'm telling them to close this stuff down, it don't matter what platform I'm on. I'm not personal property. I'm community property. I belong to the collective in order to get their stuff back. So all the knowledge I got was paid for by my brother and my sister and myself. Right? So I'm just giving back because I ain't got nothing else to do with it. What I'm going to do? Go die with it? It ain't going to serve me no good in the grave.
That's right.
Right? That's right. But if it'll benefit the collectives to know the truth about the lies they told us and the lying liars to sign their name to them damn lies and where to find them at, I'm going to tell them. I'm going to tell them because our people need to know that they ran so many kind games on us. And they old kind games. They still using them. Right? But now that we know the MO, the modus operandi, method of operation, how they do a thing, we can defend ourselves now.
Absolutely.
The power of the conjure magic is to keep it a secret. Expose the secret, break the spell. We was under 3 major conjure sleep spells. One out of Sumer called Kingu. One out of Egypt called Amen. That's why they got people saying Amen behind all their spells so they could tell their inner God to go to sleep. And then we had the Crispus Atticus George Washington conjure spell.
Okay.
So now we coming out of triple darkness because we coming from under 3 sleep spells. And they were all amnesia spells. So they tripled down on the amnesia to try to keep us permanently oppressed. I just decided I didn't feel like being oppressed. So I was just going to tell people how to break the conjure by knowing where it's at, who did it, and what they do it, and how it worked. Because once you understand how the blood magic works, and you'll see them doing it right in front of you, all you got to do is elect not to participate.
What exactly is this blood magic?
When they do conjure with magics, they make them into contracts. And the contract had to be written in the blood of somebody that's absolutely 100% innocent. Once they get the blood of the innocent, they tie you to a contract based on 2 biblical verses where it say that the blood of the righteous shall not be spilled in vain. The side effect to that is they have to do what's called conjure maintenance, which is where you get your modern slaughterhouses separate from the butcher that only butchered when the family needed something to eat. The butcher every family had a family butcher, every clan on the family farm. It might be an uncle with 10 nephews learning the butchery science, or he might have cousins from different clans learning it from him. And then he sent them all home. But when we have the pit masters come out and do the barbecue, they're trying to make us seem like we got that from somewhere else. You can see them barbecuing in the paintings and the Mayan paintings. Cooking over the open flame. Those old pit masters. This is what your Juneteenth celebration really was. But they needed to monetize it and they needed to tie it to the slave narrative.
Wow.
The teen days, 13th to the 19th, used to be where all of the pit masters go to their big mamas and they cook their contests. The young guys that's learning how to barbecue, coming up with their own recipes, and they bring them to Big Mama to see if it's a good recipe. When we take the barbecue and pass it out for the family to take home. We ain't had grocery stores. Everybody had to eat off their family's farm. And that's why they turned them into plantations, to make us despise working on the farm. And that way, when they poison Big Mama, and the house nigga take over, and appoint the Jones to govern the plantation, right? Then when he go into the sharecropping agreement and lose the land, we don't even give a damn. As long as we can get off this land, let him lose it. Because they misusing the family, and we ain't feeling that nigga up there in the house.
You said the house nigga took over the land. You didn't say that the slave master, the Caucasian man, took over the land. You said the house nigga.
Yeah. He the one poisoned Big Mama. That's why we ain't like house niggas.
Oh, okay.
Come in with his buckle shoes and his European suits on. Then he gonna got the nerve to say who that nigga on that nag when he see a native riding in. They showed you in the movies.
Well, who sent him? Where did he come from?
They was conquistadors and Huguenots. The Huguenots was the French ones who take the credit for the Creole culture.
Okay.
The funny part about that, if you go talk to the actual people that's from that culture, they was practicing that culture long before a Frenchman ever came over here. They just added the French language into the Creole culture. They didn't add the Creole culture into the French. They was already there. That's their tribal standard of living. They whole culture about who they are as a people. That's why they tried taking Mardi Gras. You see, they won't mess with Mardi. The first time they didn't mess with Mardi Gras in about 140 years. They know what they doing. They trying to create chaos and wire up the tribe so that we can't follow the continuation of the process of reclaiming what's ours. Django, yeah. Who that nigga on that nag? Who that nigga on that nag? You go back and look, the house nigga was running the show the whole time.
Yes.
Now you got to go pull up this clip on YouTube called the Jones Plantation, and you know why I keep saying that as an example.
Okay. The Jones Plantation.
Yeah.
So, Chief, let me look that up. I keep talking about how the chiefs on the land are now back in control because I keep seeing certain rituals that are being done that alludes to that to me. Like any game with the name of chiefs, Indians, Moors that's played, I can always, kind of foretell who's going to win. It's always what's in the last 2 years. It's been the chief or Indian.
So they use the sports logos, team mascots, and scores to talk to each other.
Okay.
Anybody that don't know that the professional sports is rigged across the board is in a delusional world.
Okay.
Right. Yes. They got to know who's going to win in order to know what the point spread going to be.
Okay. Go ahead, Chief.
Go ahead. I was just...
So now that the United States Incorporated is defunct, the Federal Reserve Central Banking System is defunct. The United States Treasury now own the banks. So who's running things now, and what is that going to look like in the very near future now that the old system is done away with?
So eventually they're going to have to make the public know about the transfer of government, the transfer of banking. All this got to be known. They can't keep it a secret.
Okay.
Right. They have to come out and let us know. Okay. Donald Trump told the banks, he gave the banks an order to start, what they call it, forgiving mortgages and credit card debts before the, I think, 19th. And his inauguration is the 20th.
Right.
And he got a consequence for the ones that don't do it by that time, too, is in there, too.
So that would be, yeah. So public notice and implementation of that, what people are calling Nisara and Jasara, the debt jubilee, which by the way, you know, we noticed that the Pope who opened 5 doors or 5 portals is calling those 5 portals or 5 doors jubilee doors.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's very telling.
Yeah, that's for the 5 P's. It's politics. I forgot what they all are, but it's they got those 5 P's of government, right? And they use that 5 pillars. It stands for 5 pillars. The 5 pillars is normally in front of one of the buildings, the state building.
Okay.
The 5 pillars because they use what they call 5 pillars of government.
Here's one. I don't know if this is right. The 5 P's of the SDG. Now that might not be it, but they call it people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership.
Yeah, that's the cover story. But they really use in the 9 areas of people, activity, and health.
Okay.
Right. And the 9 is also a P.
Right. The number 9. Okay. So somebody asked, does that include student loans too that have to be eliminated?
Look, yeah, all of those got to go because nobody's supposed to have to pay to get an education.
Okay.
That was already fraud to begin with. You may remember the universities and the HBCUs and the Ivy Leagues are all owned by the Rockefellers. It was the Rockefellers' educational format that they was using, and they was using it also to enslave the people financially. That's what the whole student loans went from a class to be a doctor in the 60s. You probably was out about $8,000 to go to school to be a doctor in the 60s. Now you're going to be out of probably close to $1 million.
Yeah, I was about to say several hundred thousands. I worked in a medical school and them kids came out with $300,000, $400,000 debt. Medical school, that's not even including internship, residency. And other programs, you know, if you wanted to practice certain parts and certain
specialty, specialty training. Yeah. So they know what they're doing because it's called the passage at $100,000. In order to get past that, you have to sacrifice so much it probably drive you crazy and make you do something to yourself.
Yeah.
Right. But the people that can endure through the struggle normally reap the benefits of becoming a doctor and being able to pay that loan back and live pretty comfortable. But the average doctor is a C student. You gotta remember that.
You're right.
And you got doctors that graduate with D's, barely making it.
I remember seeing.
Gotta remember that.
I remember saying, "Oh, I would never want you to work on me," you know, to myself when I would look at their grades.
And then that's the doctors that they can get to do the nefarious work for the medical pharmaceutical companies. They the ones come in and give them all of the free medication to get clients hooked on prescription pain pills and stuff. They the ones that facilitate that. Right? So you got other countries, Nigeria, you can go to school to be a doctor for free. Cuba. Right? Why it cost so much over here? What's wrong over here?
Not only does it cost a lot of money, Chief, to get a medical degree, but the medical schools spend a whole lot of money trying to convince melanated people to go to doctors. When I tell you a lot of money, they give people who specialize in closing the gap of health disparities millions of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars, because it's a problem with melanated people. You know, that most of us don't like doctors, we don't like hospitals. So they have campaigns to try to entice us to get medical attention. And people think that's a good thing, not remembering what the medical community did to us.
But still doing.
Still doing.
But you got to remember too, that outreach to our community, that didn't come from the general practitioners of medicine. That came straight from the Margaret Sanger School of eugenics.
Okay. Okay.
It's the eugenics model to get us to do abortions, because we used to wouldn't do an abortion no matter what.
Right. Right.
They've normalized it now.
Yeah, they have. They have.
Right. And so the outreach to get us to use their system is how they got us into this Tuskegee experiment.
Yes.
All that's carryover from Planned Parenthood.
Okay.
You got to remember the STD clinics is also an extension of Planned Parenthood.
Mm.
Right? In the early prenatal care that's done by the state, all that's Planned Parenthood.
Mm.
That was their model to get into every aspect of medicine and to control how they poison us, pretty much.
Yeah. Wow.
Yep, that's the same model, same marching orders.
Mm.
We didn't never trust them people.
We sure didn't. Because in the day, go ahead.
Yeah, and we had our own healers. So, well,
I was just about to say
that. we needed to go there.
Yeah.
They made us think that our healers was quacks and their healers was the real deal.
Mm.
That's their uniform system and the white coat syndrome.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, remember, uniform commercial code. Everything must be uniform in order to appear to be legitimate.
Okay.
Right. The symbol of the doctor in the white coat is the symbol of authority that you're supposed to blindly follow. It got a name for it in psychology, and they call it the white coat syndrome. Then you got people, if the doctor tell it to them, he could be 100% lying, and they're going to 100% believe him.
That's true.
Because he got that white coat on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that comes straight out of Machiavelli. To put people in uniforms so that they can seem more important than other people.
Mm.
And then you put medals and trinkets on their jacket to make them superior among the ones that wear uniforms.
Mm-hmm. So you're exposing a lot of these things, along with blood conjure wars and all this magic that they have used to cast spells on us. What's next? Now that you expose all this, what happens next? What are we supposed to do with this information?
Well, one thing is, once you know that there's a spell and how it worked and that you was a target of it, you take away the power of it by removing the secrecy. Okay. So even the people that's diehard Christians that heard the message, don't try to convince them.
Okay.
Because they blood gonna talk to them over time and wake them up. Every time they get ready to do one of those Eucharist communion rituals of eating their God and drinking his blood, they'll realize that that's a simulated cannibal ritual used to subdue the minds of the people. You can't unhear it. You know it now.
That's one of the things that woke me up. I was literally taking communion one day, and I just woke up like in the middle of taking communion. I was like, "Do you hear yourself saying, I will take the blood of Christ and I'm eating the body of Christ? But if anybody else does that, they will call him a cannibal. They will call him, an idol worshiper." And I'm not saying this to offend anybody. I'm saying this is what happened to me when I said, you know what? Something about this just doesn't sit well in my spirit. And I stopped. The moment I realized that I just said, I said, now my ancestors, if my ancestors were to do this, if they were, it reminded me of, what they say, people that practice voodoo, they drink blood, they eat the body of others, and I was like, but what are we doing as Christians? It just didn't sit well with me, Chief.
Mm-hmm. Well, we used the church originally to hide our standard rituals.
Okay.
That we already did. You see them today as shouting in church. That came out of voodoo. That's voodoo culture that has nothing to do with the church.
Okay.
What they call speaking in tongues in the church over here. Go see if you hear it in the Catholic Church over in Italy. It's not, they don't exist.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not Christian culture. That's straight out of the Voodoo,
Okay, okay.
right? And that's actually an actual ancient tongue that most of us don't remember, but some of us remember the language, can translate it,
I agree. I've
right?
been in situations. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but to us it just sounds like gibberish,
Mm-hmm.
but it's a language.
And it's literally a language. And I've been in situations where people were speaking in tongues, or what we called an unknown ancient tongue, in the church, and somebody would stand up and actually interpret it, and the congregation agrees because their spirit agrees with the interpreter. And I thought, wow, that's so powerful.
And that do not come from the Christian church.
Okay.
So speaking in tongues in the Bible is the ability to speak foreign languages.
Mm.
Linguistics. The word that they translate as tongues is lingua.
Okay.
So linguistics, just the tone, the texture of the voice.
Mm.
Right. So the language of the foreign people, they got a different texture.
Okay.
Spanish people roll their R's off the front of their mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Arabic people comes from the deep part of their throat with their ka sounds. Right. Two different parts of the tongue is primarily used. So you're talking about the difference in the languages.
Okay.
Right. And in the book, it tells them that when the Holy Ghost, when the Spirit came over the apostles and they received the gift of tongues, they was able to translate the language of those around them.
Yes.
They didn't say they was going to speak an ancient language that ain't nobody never heard in 20,000 years, and that somebody in the congregation going to jump up that's tied to the bloodline that's going to know the language but don't know why he know it and can't figure out why he know what everything mean, but he just going to speak it. Mm. But in the Voodoo culture, you can see that. In the Santeria, you can see that. Right? In the Obe, you can see that. In the culture, it's there. It's already there. Been there. It ain't new. It's ancient. It's paintings on the walls all over the world of that same culture. Mm. But we can't equate the paintings in the wall because they disassociated from us to know that them was our ancestors that we was painting on the wall for you to remember who you was coming out of amnesia at the close of the age of Pisces, because they can't keep us perpetually idiots.
Okay.
So this is where they say that the Anunnaki was told to give it to the earth, give it all back by the Galactic Council. So if they had to give it back, then they had to find an earthborn heir that was the rightful heir.
Have they done that? Have they found that?
Yeah, it's 12 daughters, which is 12 major matriarchs. Well, it's 13 major matriarchs. The 13th seat is the sacerdotal seat. And the other seats are what you call regional seats for the 12 regions of the earth beyond the seat of the Great Mother. Mm. You know the blood right because it'll be tied to finance. Mm. So when we tell them, like when I tell them about Empress Red Bird, it's because they gave her the documents, the foundational documents that their construct was built on. Mm. They surrendered. Here. Yes, she got the original allodial title directly from the Rockefellers, who was given the jurisdictional authority to write that BS. Mm. So once they gave her that gave the tribes the right to start to reconstitute across the land, go back to our tribal ways, go back to the oral tradition, and finish reclaiming everything by oral tradition.
Wow.
That's why I had the show in 2017 when they staked the totem pole in DC, because we can't take all of the land back without taking the embassy of the enemy first. Mm-hmm. Then this shows up on January 6th, where a native trained shaman sat behind Pelosi's desk with the law of the land flag to usurp the admiralty jurisdiction. That shut him down right there. He was there. All he had to do there is be there 30 seconds. He was there at least a couple of minutes.
Mm.
And he was sitting there with his feet up. That means that the territory is now occupied by the corporation is now occupied by the Republic. He's also a Marine Special Forces, white hat operative.
Okay.
That's what he was sent there to do. Put the American flag of the land with no gold fringes behind enemy lines, the Admiralty flag.
Ooh.
Right? Then what happened? SikApe, the native out of Canada, put the Pope on public notice in native tongue, then translated it into English.
Mm.
And the Pope response was to rescind the Discovery Doctrine, which is the foundational document of the whole incursion into the Americas.
Wow.
By removing the Discovery Doctrine, he also removed every treaty that's built on it. That means anything that came after the Discovery Doctrine has been nullified in law. So then once that happened, right, and then the only thing I had left to do, I had to find Empress Red Bird. Once I found her, she was able to time what I did in the oral tradition with receipts that they gave her as the response to what I was doing. So now Trump announced that all of the Black American tribes that was formerly not recognized will be recognized under this next upcoming administration.
Wow.
They also was holding Senate hearings about a week ago about the rightful heirs of the Cherokee Nation, because under the Cherokee, you have different tribes that also have leadership hierarchy, right? But they got to have what's called a prime leader. They know who that is because they gave her the paperwork. So she can bring all of the tribes that wanted to unify and overthrow the corporate system can just tie in the Empress Red Bird and we back in business. Right? A lot of us don't understand that this is ancient tribal tradition. Every 26,000 years, we go through the same thing to rebuild the next future.
Wow. Now, how did they identify Empress Red Bird as the one to whom to give these documents?
They've been watching her whole life. That's like they've been watching you and they've been watching me. And if you think they don't know who he is, then you naive to your enemy. They know who every one of us is. They following us from birth through our lines because they know who our mothers is. The only problem is they thought that all of the ones in my generation would be so gung-ho about killing. We kill each other. It won't be one of us that'll be able to help. We the elders now.
Amen. Absolutely.
We the elders now. So we got to do the job of the elders, and that's to tell all of the babies, they look, hold up, y'all got to stop killing each other for a minute. Y'all need to see this. This is what they did. I'm going to tell you exactly how they did it. Who did it? I'm going to show you dirty players confessing.
Yeah.
And once the youth understand that they need us to believe we from somewhere else, to disassociate us from the land, so that they can say that we surrendered the land to a foreign power on the conclusion of war. But when we telling them we know who he is, we was already here, we always been here, gonna always be here. You done killed us, fried us, fricasseed us, turned us into strange fruit, and decorated the South during the Christmas season with the bodies of the chiefs. You done executed chiefs, shot us down in the streets like rabid dogs. You done blew up our families like you did John Africa in Philadelphia. You done sent direct hits on certain people like you did Malcolm X and Clarence 13X, like you did Tupac Shakur, like you did Christopher Wallace. We know what y'all did.
And you killed our babies in the womb.
And killing our babies in the womb and torturing the mothers. Right? They doing inappropriate birthing rituals that separates the maternal connection from the child, and then they separate the sisterhood. Because now the woman don't have a sisterhood to balance her energies against some healed women, so she can understand that what she going to is the side effect of them prematurely cutting her baby umbilical cord, and that her baby didn't really die like her chemistry told her, because she's seen in doctors when they cut it. But because the baby never got to suck the teeth to circulate the colostrum through the umbilical cord for the chemicals in the placenta to tell the mother to let go, so she could send the rest of oxytocin while she watching the baby feed, stimulating the connection between mother and child. Proper parental bonding, pair bonding at birth. But when you interrupt the proper pair bonding, then the mothers go through a crisis, a caregiver crisis, where she can't not quite get her feet under her in her life. They know what they're doing. They're doing it on purpose. You can't tell me they don't know, because I wouldn't know if they didn't know.
Right. Chief, somebody wants to know, how can they find their tribe? This particular person, how do I find my tribe of a Hispanic woman born in Texas? But I think that's a good question for everybody. How can we find our tribes?
The first thing, you can go back as far as you can to a geographical region in your direct lineage. You're gonna run into a dead end because they burnt up a lot of files in churches and office buildings and libraries. They burned them down on purpose so that we can run into a dead end. But that ain't it. Once you get to the last place where you can, that's where they erased you at. Now you go to a map, a tribal map, a pre-1492 tribal map. You can find one on Google. They got a whole lot of them. And look at the geography that you from. And then you can see the different tribes in the general area. You are 9 out of 10, your lineage will trace back to an admixture of tribes from that area. And when you go down there and see them people, you go be like, damn, some of them people was like looking in the mirror, they look so much like me.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Chief, I have a lot of European friends who really enjoy this type of information. And then I have some that feel a little uncomfortable because they don't understand the necessity of expressing our concern about being lied to, that we are the, autogenous copper color races found here by Columbus. They don't understand.
Everybody not supposed to. Everybody not supposed to get it. It ain't. It's our job to get it. It's their job to watch it. What happened once we realize. Okay. Once they see that we realize the real lies, and they see us moving accordingly, we starting to come together now. Right? We started to greet each other different on the streets now, because we in the awareness of that they want us to hate each other so bad that they put every kind of device or divide and tactic in our community.
Yes.
In the generation my mama came from, siblings was fighting over who the light-skinned sibling versus who the dark-skinned sibling. Yeah. And I seen my uncles and my mama and them having that conflict. I went to intervene. My mama told me, you stay out of that. That's before your time. You got a whole nother fight to fight. You ain't got time to be worrying about who light-skinned and who dark-skinned in the family.
Okay.
And I was like, yes, ma'am. And I got a relationship with all my cousins that we, whenever we see each other, it's all love. Yeah. On site. And we huggers. We huggers. So yeah, and ain't nobody in my family gonna hug you if they don't like you. They just not gonna do it. That's just how the whole family wired on both sides, my mama and my daddy family. We ain't finna be hugging people we don't care nothing. I ain't feeling you like that. I don't want you that close to me. But if we give you a hug, you're gonna know we mean it, because you're gonna feel it. You're gonna feel it.
I'm working on that. I'm working on that because there are some certain people that I know don't have my best interest at heart, but I'm like, just to save face, I'm gonna go ahead and grit my teeth and hug you. You know what I'm saying?
Ain't nothing wrong with you letting them kiss your hand.
Here, darling.
Yeah. Yes. Hey, look, Sophia Loren did it with her passing ass. Hollywood's first sophisticated lady. The most classiest out of all of the actresses. How do you get to be the classiest of the classy? Gotta have some soul in your blood, baby.
Right?
It's natural. Right? The noble character it betrays the royal blood.
They're saying kiss the ring.
Yeah. Look. And then you let your family know that if there's got somebody with them that you don't want to hug, you ain't hugging nobody. Your family already know what's up.
They really do.
They won't feel no type of way because they know that you don't just want no any old body infected you with their rotten ass energy. Let them kiss you. Curtsy. And let them kiss your hand.
You said curtsy.
Yeah. Hit him with an Ava Gabor, darling.
I love it, darling.
Look, ain't nowhere I've read a whole bunch of books of life and I haven't seen where it was ordered for nobody to be an ass kisser. It's not in nobody's book of life. Some people behave like it's in there, but it's not even in theirs. They just behave that way. Brown nose and shoe shuffling for somebody to look at them and give them some favor. Don't give me no favor. I'm gonna find me a way.
Somebody's I'm gonna take this person up on their comment. Her Grace Empress Kia Pruitt. Darling.
Yeah, you ain't got don't mix your energy. Don't let them people contaminate your energy. Especially when you coming from the true place and the pure heart with no ill intentions, and you feel that nope, that's your ancestors telling you don't you touch that motherfucker. Don't let him be rubbing his nasty ass heart chakra up against your purified energy. So you get seduced by vampires, blood sucking haters. All vampires don't suck blood, some suck energy.
Wow.
They see you in a good mood, they ain't happy till you get pissed off.
True.
And you got people that live in the house with them and call them husband and wife.
Preach.
You can't. If it get peaceful around there, they unrest sets in. That's not normal. People think it's normal.
Yeah, they do.
But their relationships is based on slave system. That's why they think the marriage license give them the right to own the other person. I signed that paper. I own your ass. No, you don't.
Right. That's what I did learn that the marital contract is a contract between the two entities, and the state and God is nowhere in that contract.
Not at all. The tribal marriages is always for a reason. The love is the added bonus. Okay. But normally they arranged. In the people arrangement, they know the character and the nature of the persons that they arranging the marriage with.
Okay.
So they know that based on how this person operate, based on how that person operate, and they move in a similar, they'll make a good couple. Right? They'll be a strong, powerful parental unit to usher in a matriarchal with a controlled patriarchal presence. Because the whole thing under the matriarchy, the patriarchs is not as nice as they is now. They sissified under the patriarchy. They become more aggressively protective of the women and the children under the matriarchy. They become more calculated and more focused on functional relationships under the matriarchy. And it allows the woman to shift out of war mode and shift into love mode. And it settles the temperatures and the weathers of the earth, and it becomes more tropical around the planet. The energetic shift. It's the golden age. So as it ramps up, you'll see that the winters in the north will be less cold and shorter duration, and the summers will be less hot and unbearable, and they'll start normalizing to a similar temperature, and deserts will start to spring up grass and trees. And we gonna help it, because one of the programs that I can't wait for is the reforestation of the fruit forests. All of the children and tribes, and they tribal have a tribal elders that bring them in the summertime or the springtime, and we just plant trees for a couple weeks at the beginning of every spring. And then if somebody get lost in that forest, they can eat damn near anything in there.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Do you foresee that happening in our time, in our lifetime, Chief?
Well, you already have some people doing it on a smaller scale.
Okay.
There's a lady in Arizona that's doing it, having she's turning desert into lush food producing environment, and it's working. It's working. It works. We know it works.
You mentioned earlier that we're all, many of us are about to become wealthy. Can you speak on that a little bit? Like, where's that wealth coming from? How do you know this?
So
what do we need to do?
Okay, so in the Indigenous Rights Act, they gave us all of the wealth back.
Okay.
It's written. It's in ink. All we had to do was identify it to activate it under the oral tradition.
Okay.
So it's been identified, and the fact that the United States Treasury moved to tribal land is a significant moniker to tell us that the tribes is in control of the currency.
Ooh, okay.
Now we got to switch from Federal Reserve notes over to United States Treasury notes.
Okay.
And the person that they have to contact who has the banking codes in their DNA is Empress Red Bird. Once they get ready to activate the new system, they have to use her genetic code to unlock the combination lock. They already told her that. It's all in the DNA.
That reminds me of Princess Elizabeth, a person that I interviewed a couple of times that said the same for her in the Philippines. And it's this kind of stuff, like, we've never been taught this.
But it's true, though. It's true.
Okay.
Okay, so you got 12 regions. The Philippines and a lot of those Pacific islands, they have a series of big mamas, right? Or clan mothers. And then they all among themselves have one with the blood that's closer to the matriarch that founded that settlement over there. And she becomes the blood heir. They've been knowing who we was for the whole time. They've never been asleep to who we was. We just didn't know.
Right. Okay.
They followed all of the chosen ones. The ones that they can convince one of us to kill got murdered. Right. The goal was to always keep the leadership down. Stop them from having competent leaders. And when a competent leader come up, if you can't kill them, because some of us is persona non grata, hands off, you can't touch them. Right. And some of us, they got a period of time where we touchable, but if they don't recognize us as a budding chief and we get to reach a certain age, now we persona non grata, they can't touch us. Because they got to give the next generation of chiefs the opportunity to look over the history records and determine who we are versus who they are. And if you can see the difference in two people operating as one group of people with two different agendas. Right. And I didn't show people videos of them in them gated communities talking about us bad. They don't want us nowhere around them. But people think that they us because they look like us. But they ain't us. You don't believe me? Ask Kendrick. He'll tell you they not like us.
They not like us. There's a book out that one of my professors had us to read, and he was a well-known Boule member, and it was called Our Kinds of People. And it was about elite people that look like us, but they let you know We don't mess with y'all folk.
Yeah, well, you got to remember that they had melanated people like us coming from foreign places that's classified as white in this government.
Okay.
It was a big deal about an Arab guy who sued them because he ain't want them to look at him as separate from us. He wanted to be looked at. I'm gonna be black too. All the people over there look like me. Y'all call them black people, but then y'all call the people that don't look like me white people. He ain't knowing it had nothing to do with the genetics. It had everything to do with invaders, the white man, chest turn. Black is the defenders, chest turn. In legalese, the descriptive analysis, black is civilly mortis. Why? Because we presume dead and lost at sea. How are we dead and lost at sea when we own the land? Well, where did they get a salvage right from? The salvage right gave rise to the squatter rights, which allowed people to just go set up shop on somebody's land like it was theirs. That was the squatter rights. That was issued as an addendum, right, to the salvage right. What is the salvage right? The right to recover the lost property. Right? Who is the lost property? The jewels of God, according to Adolf Hitler. We God's jewelry. But it ain't the men. It ain't the men. And the part about it that most people can't swallow is the real God man is the God man that's man enough to tell you God a woman. Always have been, always gonna be. You can dress all of these precepts and drag as much as you want. You're still not gonna make them be the God woman. Because they don't got no uterus. They don't got no portal. They disqualified from the function by prostate reference. They was denied the uterus. So they gave him a prostate to replace it.
Okay. They who? They gave him a prostate to replace them. Who's they?
The women that created the men.
Hey. Okay.
The women that created it. Because if God made man in his image, and then God is a woman. Man is just a woman inside out.
Yeah.
The coochie fell out. That's why they be acting like they coochie fell out. That's why some of them be acting like bitches.
Okay. Chief, under the matriarchy, men are respected. Is that correct?
Yeah. Men is the strong arm of the matriarch. It's just like daddy at home. Right? But daddy is really at home. Daddy about that life.
Okay.
Daddy thug style. Daddy will bust a cap in your ass about this wife and these babies.
Oh, yeah.
And the sad part about it is you don't know he taught the whole team to be a shooter. So you don't know where the bullet gonna come from in this gathering of old men. They leave the family alone. We important too.
Yeah.
But there's just that the proper structure for the correct reclamation of the land ties to the earth's contract of the gender of female. You got to remember Earth is female. Luna is female.
Yes.
The other controlling moon, Lilith, is female. Right? So the dominant forces of the earth is feminine. From the dark feminine to the light feminine.
Absolutely.
So when you resurrect from the darkness and step into the light, you got the knowledge of both. But if you live all your life walking in the light, you will never know what it's like to be exposed to the dark.
Wow.
And that's why we end up going through struggle. Struggle is the weightless in this life force resistance exercise. You can't improve who you is unless you go through something that compels you to change.
Right.
Struggle is the fertilizer. It fertilizes the propensity to change.
Thank you, Chief. Do you have any time to answer some questions, Chief?
Yeah, we can ask you questions.
Okay. Somebody wants to know, um, Chief, do we need to sign paperwork? Do we need paperwork?
That's a trap.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you out the gate. When they get to telling you that you're gonna be sovereign if you sign this paperwork, first of all, sovereigns don't use paperwork.
Mm-hmm.
They
Okay.
dictators. So in your sovereign capacity, you dictate who you is to the public.
Wow.
You don't
Okay.
need no paperwork.
Mm.
Your family know who you are. They the ones who legitimizes you on the land when you from the land. And then if you what they call an immigrant, a tribe gonna adopt you. We don't have orphans.
Oh, wow.
Nobody is supposed to be separate without a tribe on the land. Everybody got to tie into a tribe.
Wow. Okay.
So when everybody tied into the, because remember, we didn't have grocery stores. So the goal is to be able to make sure that under the matriarchy, the first three things that the government is responsible for is food, clothing, and shelter.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody had to have equal access to food, clothing, and shelter.
Okay.
Ain't no such thing as homeless because we ain't had it before they came while we got it now.
Right. Okay.
Wasn't no such thing as a criminal because we ain't had no crime, but all of a sudden we got it now.
Right.
We ain't had no prisons. They turned all our castles into state buildings, prisons, and mental institutions. We didn't need it before they came. Why we need it now?
Mm.
They turned us against each other like rabid dogs. And then they call themselves peacekeepers in the name of the goddamn law.
Mm.
And all the time, the police is an occupying foreign agency. All police charters go right back to London, England. The operational handbook for all police go right back to London, England.
Wow.
They're not from here, but they use the people from here to delude us into believing they are legitimately here, using us against us. So the police, you see whole police forces is quit.
Yeah. All across America.
Yeah. And now you see the National Guard moving in. I've been told them it was going to happen.
Mm.
Right. And the sheriff's are going to be start arresting a lot of the people that's calling themselves police.
Mm.
And then they're going to be given three options. Do you want to remain a police officer? That's option number one. Option number two, would you like to be deputized and be a sheriff deputy?
Okay.
Or would you like to take your pension and get the fuck on?
Okay.
And some of them is so power hungry with the badge, they gonna want to be the police. That's how they gonna know who to execute.
Wow. Okay. Thank you, Chief. Another person, Gary asks, is this why Q in the Q movement said that the end will not be for everyone, meaning that people are not psychologically ready for melanated Americans to take their proper place?
Yeah, well, they gonna be real uncomfortable because we don't give a fuck what they ready for. They about to get it. We not asking nobody for nothing.
Got that right.
We don't owe them nothing. They owe us everything. So we back for everything they owe. They just so happen to owe us everything. So we want it all. Brand new socks and drawers, the whole shebang.
But under this new regime, I have a feeling that because we are loving people, we're going to treat people with love and kindness. Doesn't matter where you come from, as long as you can, abide by,
And
the law.
yeah, that's all of the ones that's going to be allowed to stay. Because all of the ones that was guilty of the dirt, we got the same remorse for them they had for us.
Mm-hmm.
Right. While we was cooking on pylons of stacked up wood to a crisp, that's the same mercy we got for the traitors.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be some good people that's going to have to do some real horrible stuff to some real wicked people.
Yeah.
And I hope I get to lead the charge because I ain't got no remorse for them. I got the same remorse they had for us.
Yeah.
When we was minding our business and they decided to come over here and take something from us without even asking, then we would have gave them everything. And if they came in love and truth, then you came in deception and trickery. Ran a whole David Copperfield psychological operation on all of the people.
So did.
You told them that the elephant disappeared. We know the elephant ain't going no goddamn where. She's still there. Matriarch, I can hear her trunk when she roar. So I know she's still there. But you just used some trickery, and I ain't finna try to figure out the trick because I know it's a trick. But it was entertaining while it lasted. Are you not entertained?
Yes, indeed. Somebody asked, do we have to do anything to get our wealth? And another person asked, how will we get it? How is this coming to us? What do we have to do?
So remember I told you they know who we all are.
Right.
And they know that when they took over, which big mamas was in charge of what region of the land.
Okay.
So they're going to trace back to that big mama, depending on the region and when it got took over. And then they're going to follow that line down the mother line through the women. They're not going to trace your Y chromosome for heritable land rights. Then they're going to reach out to the individuals that is the eldest female of the bloodlines that come off that particular grandmother to form a tribal structure unit. They know who we all are.
Wow.
That's what we're not getting. They know who everybody is, individual by individual basis. We are all on fire.
That's deep.
And then they got repositories of additional information in state parks around the land where they've stored our records at from pre-Columbian era. Because we wasn't allowed access to our own information. That's why they was able to give us the amnesia as children.
Okay.
Because we don't have our information to teach. Because they miseducating children on purpose. Your seminary schools that became your school system. They did it on purpose. The hardest part for us to realize is this was a war effort. None of this stuff was haphazard. It was all done deliberately, willfully, with malicious intent to destroy the people of the land so that a foreign people can come in and claim the land as a acquisition through military conquest. Well, we just didn't feel like being beat. So we decided not to let them win. Because they've done enough dirt across the land and we can see it too clearly now. Them tribes of women out there with the red hand on their face, that ain't just art. That's a whole statement. The bloody hand that covered the mouth to stop the women from screaming. You're not allowed to tell this story or else it's death.
My God.
Right? You got other ones that got the hand on different parts of the face. It all means something different.
Okay.
Some of them got handprints, red handprints on other parts of the body. It all means something different. But the red hand is always the bloody hand that had on the black glove, what we call the black hand. But it was always a nigga hand under that glove. And he was always leading a flock of pale faces.
Let me show you some, Chief. Thank you for that. This is something that somebody that works in the military had sent me when he and I were talking about this, and he was talking about how, he was telling me some people are being arrested right now. And he was talking about, a lot of people that we know that are in power. And I asked him, what about these so-called dirty Moors that are behind, some of the people that we know of? And he sent this to me, 13 bloodline families. And he said, okay, these are the ones that we know, the Astor, the Bundy bloodline, the Collins, the DuPont, the Freeman, the Kennedy, the Lee bloodline, the Onassis, the Reynolds, Rockefellers bloodline, the Rothschild, the Russell bloodline, and Van Dorn. I was like, yeah, we know about that. He said, but here is the hand behind those 13 bloodline families, those who actually rule the world. The Borgia bloodline, the Breakspear, the Somaglia, the Orsini, the Conti, the Shigi, the Colonna, the Farnese, the Medici, the Gaetani, the Pamphili, the Este, and the Aldobrandini. I was like, get out of here.
No, those, okay, so the ones on the left, what they say, who you think rule the world?
Yes.
Each one of them is the family that they push out in front of the one to the right. So when the people get tired of the tyranny, they're not going to attack the people on the right. They're looking for that family on the left.
Right.
It's misdirection.
And so
that's correct. That one correct. Family, the Colonna yes. bloodline, that's where yes. Columbus was from. That's Columbus. Okay. That's Columbus bloodline. Yeah. Them the ones that got kicked out of Spain and France, but the French was smart. The ones that got trapped in France during the French Revolution, they staged a war with Switzerland.
Okay.
Now, if you go look up Switzerland's last war, it was with France. That war was the cover for all of those families that was still left in Europe to run to Switzerland. Then they declared Switzerland as a neutral country to all warring countries. Why? Because they're going to finance both sides of every war. As long as they keep us fighting each other, we won't ever look to find out where they at. They gone now. Okay. And the reason I know they gone is because where they was living at in the underground bunkers under the Alps, they doing tours over there to show you the largest underground complex in the world. The whole country of Switzerland could hide in them indefinitely. Well, that's where they was living at.
Okay.
They was living there. And they had outposts in gated communities all over the world. They never associate with regular people. They see regular people as animals, chattel, Goyim.
Now, are those people on the right that control the people on the left, are they Moors? Are they melanated people?
Yeah.
Okay. That was my understanding. Wow.
But the ones on the left that they controlling, those are mostly pale-faced converts, or some of them was the bastard seed of one of them other families, and they became the bankers.
Oh.
When you go back to it's called Prussia, Prussia, just like Russia, but with a P in front of it.
Okay.
The Prussian Empire was in the Khazarian Mountains. Well, the Khazarian Mountains was under the Prussian Empire. The tribe known as Khazars is from Khazaria.
Okay.
Today, you know parts of it as the Ukraine. So when in Israel, they telling you they fighting to protect the homeland, they not fighting to protect Israel. They fighting to keep the people from realizing what's going on in the Ukraine. Ukraine was actively making biological weapons to be the next wave of plagues on Earth. That's what the whole Russia versus Ukraine and the Joe Biden administration financing them and all that. That's what that's all about, because it's part of the Bush plot, the Garden plot by old man Bush, global conquest. They activating sleeper cells trying to have certain people that's just bringing too much attention to their program. They want them out of the way. Right? And they focus right now on that little girl named Allie Carter.
Yes.
And the assassin that they tried to activate told them no. Now you got a big old incident in the NO.
Now, why are they focusing on Allie Carter?
Okay. They saying that she's making a underground operation hot. That's the girl on fire in the subway. Right. Then they tying her to, she's exposing the sex trafficking, and that was that boy who's supposed to have been being abused by Puffy, last name Carter.
Right.
Right. And once the green light was given, Jimmy Carter died again.
Right. What was the purpose of them? I don't understand the purpose of them.
It's cold.
Okay.
They activating the sleeper cell. I'm just showing you where the buttons they pushing to activate them.
Okay.
When they give the Jimmy Carter knock that tell them 100%, they mean absolutely take her out. It's some more stuff with 2 more people that was on fire. All that stuff tied to them activating the sleeper. When the sleeper, who apparently is waking up, he gave them a refusal. So in response to the refusal, it activated another sleeper. The second sleeper that it activated got an Arabic name because they want to tie him to the desecration of the name of the great mother, Isis. So when you watch the presidential speech, Joe Biden is blaming the guy's affinity for ISIS, which is CIA. CIA made him, CIA run him. Just like the Hezbollah is created by Mossad, and the Mossad run them too.
Wow.
Hegelian dialectic control both sides from the middle. Right? Yes. So when the second sleeper activated, he went crazy on Bourbon Street. Okay. Bourbon Street is tied to the old Mardi Gras ceremonies. I already told us, everybody, we having a year-long Mardi Gras when this stuff over, and Trump already announced the 2025 celebration.
He sure did.
A year-long celebration. So the answer from the sleeper comes in as a definitive, no, I'm not taking the hit. And the code comes out in the name of the geography, NO. Because he refused the hit. So in response to him refusing the hit in the event that transpired in New Orleans, that triggers them to send a code to Trump, right? Okay. Telling him that whoever is activating the sleeper cells, they trying to blow the spot up. Right? But they unsuccessful. Remember, the vehicle that blew up in front of the Vegas Trump Plaza or Trump Hotel didn't do no major damage to the building. It just blew up itself.
Okay.
Right. And it's a good possibility that the New Orleans shooter was the person that they wanted to send to get Allie. And instead of him going to get her, he went the other direction to give them the note.
Wow.
So now that Trump know that the spot getting hot, right, it's tied to a Tesla coil, and the Tesla coil is a woman with the mitochondrial rights of rulership. 369, the three sister scenario. Right? So all of these is blatant intelligence codes from the intelligence agencies while they trying to activate sleepers. They also been activating them in the schools. They got on their way out, they just trying to create chaos. The only problem that they have now is that we not being intimidated by the chaos they creating like they need us to be.
Right. And like we used to be.
Yeah. So they use the drones to desensitize us that the orbs is coming.
Okay.
So when we so used to seeing so many drones that when we start seeing the orb, just the orb. Because the last time they tried an alien invasion dry run scenario, Orson Welles' War of Worlds, the people went crazy. But you use the drones to desensitize them. They know that every time the ship is coming to a place they haven't been to in a period of time, they always send drones ahead as a reconnaissance.
Okay.
They even do it in the military. Before they went to Mars, they were sending rovers.
Wow. Somebody asked Chief, do you think we're still going to have some type of emergency broadcast system announcement alerting us to all these things? I don't know that you've said this, but I've said it before.
Well, they got one thing I know is this: they have to disclose those tribunals to the public.
Okay.
I know that. I already know that they put a bill before Congress fictitiously because ain't none of it going on for real. But it was the continuity protocols for the absence of 100 or more senators and congressmen to keep the government going. What that means? They already know that it's going to be more than 100 senators and congressmen missing when they come out and give y'all the disclosure.
Okay.
So they needed a contingency plan so that the people will be aware that the government's still in control, but it's just not the government that was in control. The White Hat operation was a military purging of domestic enemies infiltrating us at every turn. They call them the deep state, the Illuminati, the Bavarian Illuminati, the wise men of Zion. They are the same motherfuckers.
Let me show you something, Chief. Thank you for that. Sometimes it just helps me to be in contact with certain people that give me this information. I want to know what you think about this. When we talked about the bloodline family that controls the Rothschilds, the Kennedys, and all that, and those people being melanated, he also let me know that the Queen of England bowed down to Haile Selassie for a reason. And that is because those bloodline families, those melanated people that's controlling the Rockefellers and all them, they are tied to allegedly Haile Selassie, and that he allegedly was considered the king. And that's why the Queen of England, you can see her here bowing down to Haile Selassie.
First of all, he wasn't a king. He's never been a king. He was the emperor.
He was an emperor. Okay.
And the Malachi York wrote a book called Is Haile Selassie the Christ?
Wow.
In the book, he goes through his bloodline genealogy chart.
Okay.
He is not related to nobody that's called a Jew. He comes from a whole different tribe. He's more related to the Afar and the Somalian peoples than he is to those black nobilities of Europe. He is a legitimate emperor of the Earth tribes. Right? That's why he's so beloved in Jamaica, because he matched the prophecy of Garvey. Garvey did a play. The play was the coronation ceremony of the emperor. He was a king in the play, not an emperor. And the king was crowned as the final African king to unite all of Africa. Right. So when the next king to be inaugurated after that was like 30 years later was Haile Selassie. When Haile Selassie get coronated, it rung true the words of Marcus Garvey to the people in Jamaica, that they can now go back to their own culture because they can see what's called African root science being played out in the real world. But the regular people can't see it.
Okay.
The African root science came through Jamaica through a text called the Sacred Parchment Scroll of Black Supremacy and another book called the Holy Pibby. Right? And the other writings from African root science is the Science of Nan Ether by Malachi York. That comes straight out of the temple priests of Egypt as the 9 ether science, or what we call the black science. The science of the noon. The primordial noon is the sacred waters of the Great Mother, in which all creation is created through, in, and around. Everything is permeated by the noon, dark matter.
Okay.
Right? And then there was another writing by a guy named Afro Unu, right? And it's called The Nature of Nature, that goes into African root science. And then you have the African root science collection that came out more recently. All of that material go together, and Dr. Richard King's The Science of the Black Dot is also African root science. The black dot is symbol of the Omega Mother, the Dark Mother. But it's also the symbol that represents the reticular formation in the Pines region of the brain, where they call the internal black mirror. So when they tell you to look within to see without, that means to shift your vision through your inner eye, which is your pineal gland. All that's African root science.
Wow.
Or black root science is what it was originally called, but they call it African root science now.
Okay.
But it's still black root science, or what they call the science of the noon. The science of the noon also tells us that whenever Earth is in distress, look for the condition of the matriarchs. So if you're looking for the condition of the matriarchs, you will see where the imbalance is in the structure of the Earth families. We out of balance because we out of order.
Okay.
And this comes into where Noble Drew Ali comes in with the uplifting of fallen humanity, carrying the woman out of the sea admiralty jurisdiction onto the shores of the land, which is the law of the land, which is the great law, governed by the first principle, love. Right? And the first principle, love, got a bodyguard called respect. Right?
Yes.
And then once we understand how the energy moves through the people, we'll stop falling for things like political separatism. All politics is based on the same philosophy, traced back to Plato's Republic. And they were having the debates, what they call rhetoric, was being debated on the Senate floor.
Okay.
And the democracy was the antithesis of the republic. Every country that's communist today, when they was being established, was screaming democracy.
Yeah.
But we don't know that because we don't read communist material, because they the sworn enemy according to the Cold War narrative.
Wow.
But we ain't know America financed Russia through the whole Cold War. Because we ain't looking the almanac to see where the money going, because they tell us in there every year.
My goodness.
And that's how come Reagan was able to shut the wall down in Germany. Mr. Gorbachev tear down that wall because they cut off the purse strings. Right? Now, we got to remember also that when the tribes was at war with the English, the French, the Portuguese, the Dutch, the Spanish, the Italians, that the only people that came to our aid was from Russia. That wasn't from over here. Russia sent troops on the Pacific coast and on the Atlantic coast to aid the tribes in the resistance against the European powers. And this is why we allowed to do business with Vladimir Putin.
Yes.
We don't know that he's supporting the tribal restoration in America, because it'll also give the Russian tribes back their rights.
Okay. I wondered what his affinity was with us, where that came from.
It's historical links.
Okay.
A lot of people don't know, before Columbus was coming over here, we was going over there.
Over where?
Europe.
Okay.
It was sisters that sent messages to the pale-faced women over there to use yoni magic. This is why they were so dead set on killing witches. They was using yoni magic to make the men stand up against the enemy.
Wow.
You look under the matriarchy. I'm sorry to say it, but you can't be a bitch ass nigga. It's not gonna you're not gonna function properly.
Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. Chief, someone, Jenny Mack, hi Jenny, says Kim Clement prophesied about Las Vegas. They knew he was coming. Did they know this was coming years ago?
Now, well, seen it in Operation Looking Glass. Most of the stuff we see play out in the public, in order to keep the narrative on pace with what they seen in Operation Looking Glass, they still gonna make it play out. Even if somebody died for real. They don't care about that.
Okay. Thank you. Somebody asked, hi, Shamara says, Uncle Rod, how do you feel about the plane crashes?
They shouldn't have been up there because they knew what was going on when they sent them planes up in the air.
Okay.
Look, you got people on airplanes filming people walking on top of clouds. Make it make sense now.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, there's something in that cloud that they can stand on. Because a cloud ain't nothing but a bunch of water vapor and other particulates that the water vapor picked up along its way to condensation. The densest cloud is the darkest cloud because can't no light penetrate it as it gets denser. Okay. So the white cloud, we definitely know that you ain't finna stand on one of them. They know what's going on. They doing all this stuff, and then they not even reporting the plane crashes to the magnitude that they normally do. Normally, that take over the news when one happens.
Absolutely.
Now they just slide it on there. Oh, by the way, a plane crash. And today, what we have in the dog catcher was chasing the cat in the tree. Wait a minute, what did he say? A plane crash?
Yeah.
How do you give him a plane crash to a fireman chasing the cat in the tree?
I learned about it from following somebody on Twitter. I was like, what? We had plane crashes? How come that wasn't in the mainstream news? At least it wasn't all across.
They only reported like 3 of them, but it was way more than that.
Wow.
Them orbs is telling them don't come close to the orbs. The planes can't see them. If they under the plane, he can't see it. And it's going to short out all of the electrical circuitry in the plane. It's just going to turn off in the air. And there ain't nothing you could do about it. That's why the drones was falling. Anything get close to it, if it have an electromagnetic operating system, electric or magnetic, it's going to shut it off.
Okay.
It's got built-in jammers. That's part of the reconnaissance defenses. They already know this. Like, I'm telling y'all stuff that they already know. We just don't have the information all the time to know what we looking at because they be running misdirection. But they tell it to us in movies, and then when somebody say, well, they told you in the movie, oh, that was just entertainment. That wasn't real. And then it exonerates them.
Wow. Somebody had asked a question here earlier and I couldn't find it. I can't find it, but they wanted to know, are all Big Mamas brown indigenous people?
No.
Okay.
You got Asian ones. You got some that pale faces. In the pale face community, the highest ranked ones is going to have red hair and freckles.
Why is that, Chief?
It's just a bloodline.
Okay.
A bloodline. The bloodline come off of a princess that relocated to Scotland, and they named Scotland and Ireland after her. Name was Scotta. Ireland is named after the priesthood, Orisha.
Oh, wow.
Scotta came over here because the St. Patrick was trying to murder her.
Okay.
So her and her twin sister, they fraternal twins. One of them is buttermilk complexion with freckles and red hair. The other one is about your complexion with freckles and auburn red hair, real dark red.
Wow.
When they came over here, Scotta, she settled in the Appalachia with her children. Scotia settled in what's today known as Nova Scotia. It's named after her. New Scotia is what it really translates. Nova Scotia translates as New Scotia.
Okay.
The people in the Appalachian Mountains, those red-haired, freckle-faced people, them the children of Scotta. In the Orisha pantheon, they call her Mama Brigitte.
Okay.
She's the only pale face in the Orisha pantheon. But in Europe, they call her Saint Bridget. Right? So you could trace her and track her. But she was brought over here by nomads that took sail. We call them Vikings.
Okay.
Right? When they came over here, they was set up by an Apache chief to roam the land as nomads on horseback. Now they ride iron horses. We call them Hell's Angels.
Yes.
The MC13 certification make them the 1%ers. They certified by Big Mama. There's only 1% of active tribes on the land certified that came in as adopted clans.
Okay.
And the ones that formulated the bikers is 1%. They in that category. That's why they call 1%ers. All the rest of the tribes was displaced by the corporation. Right? And then you had the other motorcycle tribes. They ain't being encouraged by Larry, Jeff, and a few other chiefs to form a round table. The reason why they do round tables instead of square tables, because ain't nobody more important at the round table than anybody else. But at the square table, the one sit at the head of the table running.
Okay.
Right. So this is where when Taj and them put out the Moorish Order of the Round Table material, was dealing with the governmental structures under the Round Table ideologies.
Okay. You mentioned the Hell's Angels, and I interviewed David Quigley, and he has told me many times that he is the son of John Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr., and that his mother paid the Hell's Angels to protect him. And I thought that was really interesting, because when you hear about the Hell's Angels in mainstream media, they make them seem like they're a bunch of thugs and criminals, which, some of them may be, but he
did that to every tribe. Every tribe that's a non-treaty tribe that refused to do business with them is classified as an outlaw tribe, as a non-treaty tribe, as an enemy combatant tribe, or as a gang.
Okay.
All those are the tribes that the government, when they call them a gang, that means they want the rest of the people to not see them as a tribe. But gang don't mean bad.
Okay.
You got to remember, the police the biggest gang on the land.
For real.
Absolutely. And you got to remember, it was a chief of police out of LA that told us that.
Thank you, Chief. I want to get back to, because people are wanting to know, like, how are they going to be notified who the big mama is of their tribe in order to dispense this wealth? I know you said they know who we all are.
They track your genealogy. They track your history. They know who we are. They never not knew who we were. They've been knowing who we was the whole time. The trick wasn't to not get them to know who we was. The trick was to keep us from knowing who we was. When they give it back, they know who to give what back to.
Okay.
Right? And they know us by rank. The higher the rank, the more they know us. They sit there and watch us and on social media, watch us through the camera systems, all that stuff you've seen on with Will Smith on Enemy of the State. They be doing that to us. Been watching us our whole life, and we thought we was doing something slick. Look, I was a fugitive for 6 years before they locked me up. They knew where I was at every step of the way. And the reason why I knew they knew, because when they finally caught me, they told me where I had been.
Wow.
And how the hell did you know I was in Delaware? I wasn't using my name in Delaware. They told me the name I used.
Dang.
They told me where I worked at.
And you weren't even using your name.
No. You can't be on the run using your name. You ain't on the run for real. I used my name in Chicago. Chicago's so big, don't nobody care who you is.
Mm-hmm.
They just care how you gonna affect the local community. Everywhere I went, I was a blessing.
Wow.
And I ain't know shit back then.
Mm-hmm. Wow. It reminded me of a personal story, a little self-disclosure. My daddy had escaped from prison. People don't know I come from a interesting bloodline. And he was on the run for years. And I was like, dang, you got to be a bad man to like break out of Grafton. He's deceased now, prison. And I was like, gosh, darn it. And they found him like all the way on the West Coast. And I was like, how they track you down? Like you've been running for like 8 to 10 years, because he was a fugitive, we didn't have a close relationship. But it's just crazy the way they found him. And, in the middle of nowhere, I don't even think he was doing anything when he got locked up. I'm like, dang, Dad, you
Look,
made it 10 years.
I was in the county in Chicago when they first caught me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they brought another dude in. This dude had been on the run for like 20-something years. Married with a family, been working the job for over 20 years.
Wow.
And they knew where he was at the whole time.
Crazy. So speaking of, they know where you are. Why is it that some of your social media accounts are not up anymore? Like I think you used to have a YouTube channel, right?
I still got my YouTube, but I don't do anything on my YouTube at all.
Oh, okay. Okay.
When I come on YouTube, I'm normally on somebody else's channel.
Okay.
My Facebook is the same. I got my Rod Hayes Instagram is gone.
Okay.
So I got Instagram is the SikApe.
Let me see if I can find it. I got it. Okay.
And the other one I got access to, but I haven't been using is Morpheus Mysticus Magus.
Okay. This is the one you use, the SikApe here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What does that mean, Chief?
Soldiers and Illuminati are present everywhere.
Ooh, okay. Illuminati. Soldiers in Illuminati are present everywhere.
Yeah. That's who we was fighting. The Bavarian Illuminati in the Skull and Bone Society was the branch that controlled over here. The Pirates of the Caribbean, who used to store the wealth up in Puerto Rico before they took it back to Europe.
Okay. Sometimes, speaking of they know who you are, sometimes I swear I be feeling targeted, but I don't like focusing on that. But I mean, how is it that some people can give information and then when certain ones of us give information, they'll shut down all your channels, steal your money, start having problems on your computers, your phones, the internet. And I'm like, wait, like either I'm going crazy or this is really happening to me. You know what I'm saying?
It be happening. I'd experienced some of the weirdest, craziest, quirkiest interactions with the law. Look, they send a secret agent to my job to come and ask me what to get the workers in the negotiations for the contract. I told them, give them whatever they want.
Wow.
You know what happened? The negotiating committee wouldn't ask for nothing. They were so used to taking bribes and they were so used to doing business where the company come in and say, this is going to be the new contract. That when the company found out they was being watched, they wouldn't negotiate in bad faith in order to hold the integrity of the company. but they not telling the negotiating committee that was actively being investigated by the FBI that they was also being investigated, and they had to come with a request. They never, to this day, still haven't took GM, Ford, or Chrysler from the union body's negotiating team a viable relief package for the workers. They still haven't done it. And they signed 2 contracts. And all of the contracts is basically a continuation of the one before that don't really benefit the worker to the degree that it should. Right? So they gave a lot of concessions between the 80s and the early 2000s that the company promised to give them back when they was profitable. Now they hitting record profits, over the fence home run profits, and they talking about, oh yeah, we remember that, but we're gonna deal with that one in the next negotiation. No. You making the money now. Pay us.
Right.
You know, but a lot of them thought it was business. They still think it's business as usual. But when it's flip turn around, I'm gonna be at my local 5960 telling them I made them give y'all everything that I can make them give y'all without sending them totally out of business. I want them to get stock options for the employees. Fuck a pension. Give them stock options. And then when they retire, they stock option cash into a dividend stock that pays out on a regular basis. Since y'all don't think that the worker have value, the workers got more value than the company. So we're going to take more value than the company. But it comes from people not knowing how hourly rates is calculated, right? It's not calculated by the job. It's calculated by BTUs. By how much energy you expend, your metabolic rate to perform a job. Your calorie expenditure determines what the pay is for your work. But if you ever notice, the more calories you burn, the less you get paid. That means the harder the job is, the lower the pay rate.
Absolutely.
But the smarter the job is, the higher the pay rate. So you got all the thinkers making all the money while all of the workers are struggling. I wonder who thought that up. Must have been the thinkers, because the show wasn't the workers.
It sure wasn't. Family, we want to thank you all so much for being here. Again, if you are enjoying this conversation or you learned anything, please support our Chief Pontiac, also known as Rod A's, by sending him a blessing, a Cash App blessing, and he would greatly appreciate it. He didn't ask me to do this, but y'all know how I roll. I believe in supporting people that bless us with knowledge, information, and anything that will liberate humanity as a whole. His Cash App, if you care to send him a blessing, is $SikApe. That's $SikApe. Thank you so much, family. All right, let's see if you have any more questions here, Chief. I don't want to keep you too much longer, but people want to know about Europe. Can you say anything about Europe? Like what's happening over there?
Same thing happening over here. All of those royal families that was running before, they all gone. They all about to be gone. The ones that ain't going to be gone. Anybody that was participating in the child trafficking and the human trafficking, they're going to be gone too. Everybody getting it. It ain't no respect to a person. Everybody that was doing the dirt, ain't nobody getting out here without paying for their dirt.
Oh, wow.
Unless getting out of here is how they paying for their dirt.
Is there somebody behind the scenes that's making sure this happens? You know, like, is there really a such thing as the Galactic Federation that's helping to make sure these people pay for their
the Galactic Federation ain't making them do nothing. The Earth Alliance is. The Galactic Federation can't do nothing without giving the Earth Alliance a chance to clean it up first. That's why it's been taking so long. Because all of the special ops around the planet been being deployed to underground tunnels, underground bunkers, to castles, to underground cities, and they fighting wars in whole cities underground. We don't see this stuff up here.
Mm. Mm.
Right? So they use the cover of the war in Ukraine, the war in the Middle East, in order to give us a war to look at, because the war expenditure is not going to match if there's not an active war somewhere.
Okay.
So the military, like, it's a hole in the Pentagon's pocket. They did failed their 7th consecutive audit. This one, they missing over $500 and some billion. Where the money at?
Yeah, where is it?
Right. And then so we know where it's at. They can't spend a dime and it ain't tracked. So they know where it went. If they say it went to Black Ops, that meant they went to something that they wanted to keep secret from the people.
Right. Chief, you know how they say that in order for one kingdom to rise up, another one has to fail?
Yeah.
So what are your thoughts on President Trump? Do you believe he will eventually step down so that the chiefs on the land will stand up? Or is he a transitional president?
He's 100% a transitional president.
Okay.
He was hand selected by the military and the tribes because of his activism in the casino effort.
Makes sense.
Right. He knew that the people that they trying to pass off as us ain't us.
He said it, didn't he?
Yeah. They don't look like Indians to me. You know, they don't look like Indians to Indians. And you might say with all of your great wisdom that they look like Indians to you, sir. But they don't look like Indians to me, in all due respect. And they don't look like Indians to Indians.
So with him being, go ahead.
Then it's also the prophecy of the man in the red hat from back in 1973.
The man in the red hat?
Yeah. I think it's a Hopi prophecy of the man in the red hat. So they said that the man in the red hat was going to be doing what's called a regular, going around like the regular government. But while he doing that, they say it's going to be another chief from the land that's going to be moving to get everything back. So the prophecy is out there. So that ancestors spoke it. It got to happen.
So under our system, do we even have presidents? I know he's the no. Okay.
You had councils, and then you had council leaders. The matriarchs form councils. All of those, you see the word mayor, that's the town mother.
Okay. The mayor. Okay.
And the guy that they using for the mayor used to be the guy that come out with the scroll and read into the public for a week or two the new instructions from the matriarch, the mayor, the town mother. And remember, if you go back to the old Western movies, most of the time, the mayor is also the judge.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
Right? Because all conflicts have to be filtered through the matriarchy for resolution. So we didn't just get up and go fight the people down the street. We was allowed to fight, run that fade, but we had to go through the protocols.
Okay.
I had to tell my mama, I need this nigga need to run the fade. She gonna call his mama and say, look, your son and my son got a problem, and we ain't gonna let this spread through the whole family.
Right.
And then both sides got to send a witness. So y'all go down there off in the woods and y'all knock around until y'all get tired. And when y'all get done, come back. Whoever the winner is the winner. We don't really care. But as long as y'all leave the beef in the field. Right. But the invader starts coming up behind us while we in a heated anger. Man, if I was you, man, I'd just go ahead and shoot that nigga in the face.
Yeah.
He ain't one of us. You know us. We ain't got no problem running that fade. Fist fight in the middle of the street under the street light.
That's how it was.
Yeah. But now everybody got to have a gun.
Yeah.
I believe in the right to bear arms, But I don't believe in indiscriminately killing people that don't need killing.
Mm-hmm.
But the ones that need killing, I don't got no problem killing. Because some of them need killing. But most of them don't. The majority of them that's dying is innocent bystander. The people that's the target ain't even getting hit.
That's so true.
At least that's what they tell us. We don't know who them people are going to grow up to be if they didn't murder them when they were babies.
Mm. I remember in my day, I'm not that old, but I'm an elder, like you said. Sometimes we would have fist fights, after school, behind the schoolyard, and sometimes they would have dance offs. Remember break dance competitions?
Yeah. So that was the tribes trying to go back to. If you go back to Shaka Zulu, remember when Shaka Zulu was taking over the military and they was doing the exhibition dance, but he had his soldiers stab the other soldiers for real.
Oh wow, yes.
Because we used to use dance competition to settle conflict. We also, depending on the tribe, some tribes use dog fights. Some tribes use chicken fights.
Okay.
And we would use those things so that we don't have to kill each other. Right. Of course, my dog might be chewed up. He'll heal up. But now we get to go home, nurse the dog back to health, and say, man, next time you get him.
Yeah.
But ain't nobody dead.
Right.
So there's some of the stuff that goes back all over the world. Like dog fighting is probably older than fist fighting in the art. You probably got more dog fighting artifacts that's older than fist fighting artifacts.
Oh wow. I remember when Mike Vick went to jail for dog fighting, a lot of my uncles were upset. They were like, we've been doing this. It's a part of our culture. Why he go to prison for it? Yeah.
Well, he was the poster child. He was a fall guy.
Oh, okay.
He wasn't even the one fighting the dogs.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It was his brother. But it is cultural. It's a cultural phenomenon. And you can ask the Mexicans. They still practice a lot of the old cultures in Mexico. They still do the cock fights and the dog fights. Some of them have weasel fights and other stuff too. But it's in the culture to solve conflicts, and they used to use it for gambling. When you solve the conflict, somebody got to get paid.
Right.
So they turned it into a gambling event.
Family, we have 1,881 people in the chat. Please like the video, share the video, subscribe to the channel, and more importantly, please give a love offering to Chief Pontiac, Chief Rod Hayes, because he is dropping knowledge today. You can send the Cash App, and I have it on a ticker here, $SIKAPE, $SikApe. Chief, is Tupac alive?
Absolutely.
Marion, he says absolutely.
Look,
really?
Tupac is on a native reservation in Arizona, but when he moved, it's a whole team of sweepers that go ahead of him and another team that follow behind him. You won't never know that it was him. You were just thinking that, I wonder who that nigga is over there with them niggas. It's a bunch of them. Right? He say he not going nowhere with less than 5,000 niggas this time. And he mean it. But he ain't by himself. Because he got a dark man with him. He got an Easy Eric with him. Christopher Wallace. Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry. Okay.
He had a hit on him. Anybody that we confirmed a hit on, we had to take him out of the game.
Okay.
And sometimes to take them out of the game, it had to look like they was dead. Right? You see Selena come strolling up singing. You see Left Eye and Aaliyah if they decide to come off Dr. Sabi Ranch, you will see them. But they don't want to show themselves until Sada can come home safe.
Okay.
So that's that Black Girl Magic team, and they don't back down when they say something.
She's still in prison?
Asada's in exile.
In exile.
Yeah.
In Cuba, is it?
She was in Cuba, but due to government involvement, she had to relocate because the Bushmen wanted to get her bad.
Mm.
But she coming home. She gonna be able to come home, and they're gonna be hands off. And if you think that it's gonna be a game, let somebody try to touch her when she get here. Talking about they gonna try to arrest her. They gonna get arrested, all right. She gonna come home. She got to tell the people her story herself. Can't nobody tell her story when she's here to tell it.
Okay. Is there a story? Go ahead.
Yeah, the same with all of the political prisoners. Larry Hoover, Jeff. They got a Big Tookie got to tell you what he was froze.
I heard you say that, like literally frozen.
He was in cryostasis.
What?
Yeah, they thawed him out back in 2000. He was not a happy camper. Like but he got to tell his story.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
So they
wasn't supposed to kill Tookie, and they knew it. The only way around it, where they can make it look like he was dead, and they can preserve his life, was to put him in cryostasis. So they sedated him.
Okay.
But he woke up from the anesthesia. This is what they don't tell you. It's in the article about it. How he sat up after they thought they had killed him. This it was only anesthesia, and his muscle density and his metabolism was too fast for the amount of sedative they gave him. So they gave him another dose. Then when they put him to sleep, they put him in cryostasis. They froze him just like they did Walt Disney. Now they thawed him out. He the crooked man walking lightning. Crooked man walk across the land. When you see crooked lightning, that's his energy. He ain't regular. We want to think he regular. We want to think he was just a thug, but he ain't regular. He was sent here with a purpose. And his purpose was interrupted by the system because the system was designed to destroy us.
Well, what was his purpose?
To wake up the Bloods and the Crips, the two oldest tribes of warring clans on the land, to redeem the land from the invaders. The problem was the infiltrators turned them against each other. He was just supposed to wake them up. He woke them up. Boy, did he wake them up. And they was not happy when they woke up. And it made it easy for you kind of disoriented. You'd been in the amnesia state for a couple hundred years. All of a sudden you snapping out of it, and your tribe is warring with another tribe. You don't know you warring against a whole invading force. We ain't know that the police was an actual invading force until the chief, I forgot his name, come out talking about we got the biggest gang in the country. Then we had to re-examine the purpose of the police and their origins. Just take us back to the slave patrols. They don't belong here. They are an occupying military force of a foreign agency. And that's why they was killing us so indiscriminately. Remember, they used to shoot people in the back in California real bad. And they used to put them in that chokehold with the baton and kill them.
I remember that.
Everybody they killed was deliberate. They knew who they was killing. Just like Emmett Till was going to grow up and be Chief Littlehorn. They killed him before he can get to be who he was. And then they used the pale-faced lady as the fall guy when some niggas went to his mama and them house, or his auntie and them house, and got him.
Wow.
Then they blamed everything on the pale-face. Remember I told you, pale-face just a crash dummy.
Right.
But even in the movie, they showed the niggas wrestling him down on the back of the pickup truck. They talking about they was going to turn them over to the so-called white man to stop them from coming in and terrorizing the town. And they was the goddamn white man the whole time.
Wow.
Look, everybody think that pale faces started the KKK.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
And it was called the Black Brotherhood of Spain first.
Okay. Get out.
In Latin, they called Brotherhood of los Negritos.
Mm.
And that's where the whole clan regalia came from.
Mm.
They was a secret Masonic order. So since they was using pale faces and the pale faces was following the one with the black hand dangling up from under the robe, he was the most ruthless out of all of them.
Mm.
Clayton Bigsby. Dave Chappelle told you before they ran him out of the country and replaced him with this big old giant 3 inches taller and 80 pounds heavier, and we supposed to fall for it.
Don't even look like Dave Chappelle to me.
Don't even look the same. Don't different head structure, different nose, different ears.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But he won the Las Vegas Dave Chappelle lookalike contest, and he was already a good comedian, so might as well let him play Dave Chappelle because Dave don't want to come back from Africa because he see what's going over here and he don't want no parts of it.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know that it's a whole community of Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, Black Liberation Army over there in Africa that he went to. We don't know that though.
No. Wow. Wow.
Look, the Panthers is a root totem tribe of stealth priests. The Black Panther is the stealth version of the leopard.
Mm-hmm.
So when they go places, that's Bass energy out of the house of Sekhmet.
Mm.
Right? So it's the cat clans, the Lyrans in the struggle, in the Galactic Federation. And the Bass line is the ones responsible for heavy conjure magic.
Mm.
That the other chiefs, the ones in the leopard's print, haven't developed skill set yet.
Okay.
Right. So once they get to a certain level, then they switch over from leopard skins to black leopard skins.
Okay.
The same way that the muftis go from the red fez to the black fez.
Mm.
And it was feathers versus fez, it's L's versus bays. And that's why they conceal the flag of the bays, because it ain't a flag, it's a fucking totem pole.
Feathers against the bays. Feathers against the bays.
Fez.
Fez against the feathers.
Right. L's against the bays.
So who were the feathers and who were
the tribes from over here was the feathers. The ones who came as conquistadors and Huguenots were the fezes.
Makes sense now. Okay.
Now, army ants and black ants don't bother each other. But if you put them all in a jar and shake that jar up, they're going to fight to the death. To the last ant dead and one ant left, they're going to fight. So that's what they did to us with the amnesia. Then they was running this nature versus nurture experiment the whole time, where they catch a chief when he a baby being born because they following the star map. They know when you're coming in and what your zodiac sign gonna be. So they kidnap you from your mama in the hospital, probably switch you out with somebody else's baby and give you to some strangers that don't come from your culture and wonder why you having family problems. You realize you ain't nothing like nobody in this entire family. And the prerequisite to switch you is they got to find a certain phenotype in the parents so that you can look like you legitimately belong to them most of the time.
I can't tell you how many people, well, a couple of children of celebrities that I know that were raised by other family members, stolen from their parents, sold to another family. And they tell me they knew something was wrong, something was off. And it wasn't until much later that they came to find out this wasn't even my bloodline. And when we talk to people about it, they think that's something we're making up. But I believe it.
You know who Ric Flair is?
No.
Ric Flair is one of the greatest wrestlers in history.
Okay.
He got stolen when he was a baby
Mm.
and sold on the black market. The lady that actually sold him ended up being one of the largest child traffickers. She used to secure children. She had a whole team of kidnappers, and she used to sell babies to rich people.
Mm, mm, mm. Mm, mm, mm.
Yeah, but he talk about it.
Wow. Yeah. Chief, somebody wants to know if you have a Venmo account because they don't have.
No, all I have is Cash App because I don't do this for the money. If I was doing this for money, I had every pay option available to me.
Mm,
But I ain't doing it for money.
okay. Chief, is Anwar Sadat the last? Somebody says Anwar Sadat the last pharaoh.
He was the last linear bloodline pharaoh to be ruling in Egypt.
Mm.
That's why they killed him, and they built a pyramid in his honor in the aftermath.
Wow.
But see, what we don't know is that he was also being trained in the Egyptian priesthood as the head of state, so that he can resume the pharaonic rulership. That's what they killed him about. It wasn't about nothing else.
Gee.
They try to make it seem like it was his outspoken opposition to the occupation of Israel.
Yeah.
But once he would have been trained by the Egyptian priest on how to reactivate the pharaonic lines, he would have took the world over in no time flat.
Mm.
And they knew this, so they had to have him killed. He was killed by the Mossad and the CIA. They want us to think some Arabs killed him from Egypt. The order was given out of the United States, and it was executed by both operatives from the Mossad and operatives from the CIA, that little military contingent.
Mm.
Them was Western assets. America had their hands in the killing of some of the greatest leaders that rise up from among us, either over here or in Africa.
Mm.
Over here, they had a hand in the murder of Maurice Bishop, the destabilization of the Haitian government, the destabilization in Jamaica. They've been had Cuba under embargo for over 50 years, 60 now.
Mm.
They've been instrumental in killing on the land, giant Africa.
Mm.
Yahweh ben Yahweh, they say he died of cancer, they poisoned him.
I remember him.
Yeah. And it's a whole lot of them. I just can't even tell you all of the one. Like Emilio Zapata in Mexico, Afro-Mexican.
Mm.
They had him murdered. Pancho Villa set him up for a movie deal because he wanted to be a celebrity. And the United States went to Hollywood and said, can y'all make Pancho Villa into a celebrity? And they was like, make anybody a celebrity if he got any charisma. And so when he gave up the position for them to send that hit squad in there to kill Zapata, next thing you know, he's acting in movies.
Mm.
But he had always told the people around him that he wanted to be a great celebrity like the guys in the movies. You watch them old Cagney movies, infatuated by the gangsters.
Mm.
But it turned out
Go ahead.
Emilio Zapata was the influence for Che Guevara, who America sent a CIA hit squad to Bolivia to kill.
Mm.
Right? They shot down Emilio Cienfuegos over the Atlantic Ocean and just say he disappeared. He flew off into the sunset. They always try to make it romanticize the murders they do to make them look like they some cool stuff. They blew Joseph Sink-You up and they locked Charles Manson up because they were supposed to be the ones that rallied the Helter Skelter black versus white crew, and both of them went rogue.
Okay.
And most of us don't know that the first conspiracy theorist whistleblower was Charles Manson.
Mm-mm.
He was the first one to tell us about the lead in the water. He was the first one to tell us about the chemtrails, the chemicals they spray in the sky. He was the first one to tell us about MK Ultra because he was part of the program, trained in San Quentin by Jim Jones' best friend, who was a CIA MK Ultra specialist, who also trained Joseph Senku in San Quentin. Right. So when they went rogue, Joseph Senku upset their psyche with the taking of the pale faces. That they couldn't adjust for that. Okay. So they blew him up. Right. And then Charles Manson, well, at least he did go get the pale faces and tell them all this conspiracy stuff. He was not present at Nan murder. Nobody say Charles said kill somebody. Everybody said, oh yeah, we know. Tex told us Charlie wanted them dead. Come and find out Tex was a whole agent. Wow. So the agent then inspired these people to kill in the name of Charles Manson. The government, they wicked. Look at Leonard Peltier out of Florida. They just felt like locking him up because they didn't want him to resurrect the Seminole Wars because he was organizing the tribes in Florida, and that was the scariest stuff that they could possibly see. We forget that they had a whole shootout back in 1975 on the reservation trying to overstep their jurisdictional authority on the tribe.
No, I hadn't heard that.
Oh, we forgot about the sniper at the college in Dallas, too. Shooting everybody come past. That's called immediate emergency compensatory justice. When you find out that there's something wrong and you can't fix it, and you don't want to live no more, take many of them with you as you can before you go.
Wow. Somebody want to know. Go ahead, Chief.
I went for something.
Okay, I can't find a question, but they wanted to know, had you ever heard that Hitler and Walt Disney were the same person?
No, I never heard that.
Okay.
They wasn't, though.
Okay.
Yeah, because when Hitler was overseeing the Boys in Brazil program down in Argentina, Walt Disney was making animations in California, and they was both being active at the same time in two different locations, so they couldn't have been the same person.
Okay.
But the character that they showing us as Adolf Hitler is not Adolf Hitler.
Ooh, what?
That's a character. All those video reels that you see in the Adolf Hitler speaking, those are reenactments by a European actor.
Uh-oh. What?
The acting coach for him was a guy named Rubels.
Okay.
He was a whole character. He wasn't the real Adolf Hitler. And they wasn't the pale-faced Jews they was killing. But they needed them niggas. All you gotta do is look up Germany's Black Holocaust. The book will come up and you'll see them on the cover what they look like. Compare them with what the ones from the Moorish Zionist Temple in New Jersey look like, and you will see they're the same motherfuckers.
Now, when you said they were killing up these Negroes, were these people that were part of the dirty Moors that came here that they were getting rid of? So they wanted them off their land because these would have been the people drinking the blood. They did
the same thing to Germany they did to us. They should doing the same thing they've been doing to us. They was doing it to Germany. Remember, the whole World War II was started during World War I with the Balfour Declaration.
Yeah. Okay.
And it was about money and the leverage of the military of people you giving money to. So France was the sworn enemy of Germany at the time. Huguenots that's hiding out in Switzerland by now. But they still control Germany from Switzerland.
Okay.
Right?
Wow.
And so they the ones that have what's called a merciless embargo on Germany, where they had to pay a restitution so stiff that the country couldn't function. That was the campaign that Hitler came to power on. And most of the stuff that they be showing us, those are reenactments of the real Hitler didn't look like that guy.
No? Okay.
He was a whole different skin color. That's why he wanted the blood of Akhenaten to clone, to give you your Obama.
What?
They try to use the blood of the father to usurp the reign of Tut, the son. So they figured if they can clone this character of Akhenaten in the modern day, that they would be able to override the right of Tut to rule, which is Tupac. Tupac Amaru. And that's why you're always thankful for God. And that's Shakur.
Okay. You know, I knew it was something special about Tupac when I kept seeing them mention his name over and over, even though he's allegedly dead. Like his T-shirt, they got T-shirts all over Walmart with his image on it. In Kentucky, they brought up his name during a pandemic, saying that there was some Caucasian pretending to be Tupac Shakur in order to get, benefits or in order to get the stimulus check. And I was like, what? I was like, no, these people
that pale-faced boy actually was named by his mama Tupac Shakur.
Wow, he really was.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think his mom and daddy changed their name to Shakur too. Tupac was loved more. He wasn't just loved like that by us. Them cholos love him too. I'm serious. Really? He had made the dude they called the Mexican Machiavelli was a singer. And he was one of the up and coming chiefs that Tupac had identified. That's why they killed him.
Okay.
And but he was a big influence in the Mexican culture of the day. Just like Tupac was over here, and they was tight. This is where you get your Panther and Zapatista treaty from. The Zapatista is the tribes in the mountains of Mexico that's been fighting to get the colonizers out of Mexico from the very beginning. They still fighting. They never stop fighting. Right? And we never stopped fighting as quiet as it kept, but we went from fighting in physical combat to a spiritual and intellectual war. The parameters of our war, the rules of engagement is we had to educate ourselves above the condition. Right? Because once you're sufficiently educated, you can no longer be a slave. You're not fit for slavery. They have to have you ignorant to make you be a slave. Right? Then you got to remember something called the Booyah tribe. Them Samoans, they love Tupac. He loved them. They love Ice Cube. He loved them.
Cute.
Right? So we got it all over the land. Right now, we have the people that got the residue of the old ways that still have those racist ideologies.
Yeah.
But we call all tribes on deck. They came from everywhere. They didn't just come from the Americas. They came from Asia, Mongolians, Huns. They came from the Philippines. They came from China, Japan. They came from the Tongan Island. Why do you think there's so many different cultures over here more than anywhere else? Big Mama said all hands on deck. So if your Big Mama was tied to an Earth tribe, she was sending somebody over here.
Wow.
Hawaii never stopped fighting for Hawaii, and Hawaii was never ratified as a state. They just took that shit.
I met the Hawaiian who told me that, called me on the phone and told me that.
Yeah. Those people never stopped fighting for their land. Samoans never stopped fighting for Samoa. The Tongans never stopped fighting for Tonga. Right? The New Zealanders, they never stopped fighting for the Maori. Australia never stopped fighting for the Aborigines. They all been fighting the colonizers, but everybody thought that we had to use their system. We didn't know that the only way to beat them is to go back to the tribal oral tradition. Now we know. So you're seeing it active all over the world. If you could pull up all of the protests that's going on in the islands down there, those Maori protests, they done with the BS. The tribal mothers have spoken. They put them all on public notice everywhere. And they've been put on notice in America too. So all of the colonizing forces that was governments are now defunct. And we moving into where the ones that is elders in the community that know what's going on is restructuring tribal history and tribal order on the land. It's just you can't do it instantly at the blink of an eye because you will lose too many other people that you need for the takeover. So you have to do it systematically, step by step, and follow the process. And at the end of the process, we back on top. We still in the process.
But why are they adhering to this oral tradition? They could say, forget y'all's oral tradition.
Universal law.
Okay.
The right to self-determination and autonomous government. When we won the war, the Conjure War, we won the ability to reinsert our rights in the free will universe to autonomy. Most of us don't know how to be autonomous, and we talk about we don't need no leaders. Where the hell are we going? The tribal traditions all over Earth say the one who know the way is obligated to lead the path. It's not subjective. It's not whether he want to lead the path. He obligated. That's an obligation that he owed his bloodline and the Earth claims. So once you know the way, you got to just systematically keep explaining it to the people till it click. The more people it click with, the faster it moves. And so right now we following the oral tradition and we marching down the campaign of reclamation, right, and redemption. And I'm the family redeemer of the most families right now. And as the family redeemer, I'm telling y'all where all of the traps at. That paperwork a trap, that African slave narrative a trap. I don't know what the hell a foundational Black American. I don't know what that is.
That's a bunch of crap.
But I could tell you this, those organic, original, earth-born to the land, the earth know you belong here. And the prime creator know you belong here, and everybody else got to move out our way. All we got to do is be willing to stand up and be who we are. And that's why Elijah Muhammad kept screaming, be yourself and accept your own, because when you realize what's going on, you can do something about it. But as long as you're in darkness, you can't find the light. Popping your head on the dresser, trying to find the switch.
Family, we have 2,005 people in the chat. Hit the like button. Send Chief Pontiac some love. Send him a Cash App blessing, please, to $SikApe. Chief, somebody wants to know, who's this Statue of Liberty? Is the Statue of Liberty Lucifer, the light bearer?
It's straight off the painting from Europe of Lucifer. It's the exact painting with the dress on.
What?
Yeah, all you gotta do, you can go to, anybody can go right now because there's people that did videos on it.
Okay.
Once I said it, I started seeing videos pop up all over the place where they was talking about it. But if you go to TikTok and you type in Statue of Liberty of Lucifer, you will see the imagery. They'll show you all the imagery. And give you the descriptive analysis and the particulars, like the chain on the ankle, the torch.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Yeah. Now remember, the Statue of Liberty was designed by the same person that designed the Eiffel Tower. And the Eiffel Tower was signed to commemorate the signing of the Paris Accord, commonly known as the Treaty of Peace and Friendship.
What? Okay. Say that one more time.
The Eiffel Tower was erected as the commemoration of the Paris Accord, commonly known as the Treaty of Peace and Friendship.
Wow.
It wasn't what the Moors told us it was. The agreement was a ceasefire agreement between two different royal classes or companies that was transporting goods across the Atlantic to Europe, and they was robbing each other and fighting each other on the high seas. So they had to come to a agreement, and they signed the Paris Accord to stop them from fighting each other so that they can unify and join forces to take everything from us.
Wow. The red flag with the green 5-pointed star.
That's Noble Drew Ali made that flag. That's not the original Moroccan flag, because Morocco is not older than the Moorish Science Temple of America.
Then why is it flying? Why was it flying in the White House?
Because they used the flag as an identifier of the clan of Els as they took over, because they had Noble Drew Ali murdered and signed a contract with the corporation. That's why the new nationality card said the holder of this card is a U.S. citizen. It didn't say that under Noble Drew Ali. Okay. But the person that instituted that went behind Noble Drew Ali back. He used to be able to send a grand sheik into any court to get you out because they didn't have a superior jurisdiction. So he had to get rid of Noble Drew Ali because he was a problem to the construct of the corporation masquerading as our government. He knew the truth. Okay. And so he left us enough codes that if we follow the codes he left, he tell us the same thing as Garvey and Elijah. He just tell it to us in a different way.
Okay.
Right. So when we looking at his material, how are we looking at it? We looking at it from a dogmatic perspective. Oh, that sounds real slick. I'm gonna say that because the old girl gonna think that's some cute stuff to say, and she gonna be all in. Ain't got nothing to do with finding out what he talking about. Why did he put religious controversy in there? And you see all these fools running around swearing they got the best religion, and all of them dogmatic control measures. With nobody on this land calling themselves Christian, Hebrew, Jew, Israeli, or none of that before 1492. Now all of a sudden we are the people in that book. So they didn't got us a fictitious book for our identity crisis to attach to somebody that we like in that book. I'm the spook by the door, Sam Greenlee. Since we want to identify with characters in fictional writings, I'm King Kong. Since we want to be fictional characters, I'm gonna be one worth being.
Right.
Be nobody. But it's still the blueprint to the map of the military conquest. Because they told you about the Roman empires and when it would be broken at the feet of iron and clay by a single stone hewn without the aid of the hands of man from the side of the mountain. I mean, a woman did it. Right? A woman selected him from the congregation of the people because the mountain is symbolic of the nations of the people. So one of them going to come out of the collective nations of the people and strike the feet of iron and clay and bring down the whole Roman Empire at the end. But remember, when they give you the empires, it start with Babylon at the head. You end with America at the feet.
Wow. Thank you, Chief. I also want to thank Calistro for sending a super sticker. Thank you so much for the offering. God bless you and have a smile on you. Chief, I know it's getting late, and I have one final question if nobody else in the chat has a question. And that is, what is up with the Israeli conflict? What's going over there? I've heard them say Israel last. Go ahead.
That's a distraction.
Okay.
Those people that's talking about the Israel, your Ariel Sharons and your Benjamin Netanyahus, them Khazarians they supposed to be they using that war to keep the forces from realizing what's going on in the Ukraine that's belligerent to all of the world.
Okay.
Right. That war is true casualties. They don't got no problem with killing. We see that. Right. They started the opposition force. You can't never let that get out your mind that they claiming to be fighting some people that they finance, wrote they constitutions, wrote they operational manuals. All that's written by the Mossad. And the hands selected the leadership to put it all together. The Mossad did that, just like the CIA did to ISIS, or ISIL as Obama called it. And he publicly came out and said, we currently training ISIL troops in the Middle East. And ain't nobody paid him no attention because they never equated ISIL with being the CIA name for ISIS. They never knew that. So to them, they was thinking America was creating a policing force for them people from them people. Okay. All the time they was creating somebody to disgrace the name of the great mother. So we fear matriarchy when they say ISIS.
Thank you. Thank you. I feel that. Yes. Yes.
Only reason you need to fear the great mother is if your ass was bad while she was gone.
See, somebody wants to know, what was Tartaria? Do you know?
West of the Roman Empire.
Oh.
That's what it means.
Okay.
Right. But Tartarian civilization is a common generic term for Atlantean civilization that was global. They want to break it up, just like they tried to tell us that there was Olmecs, Incas, Mayans, and old Mississippians, like they wasn't the same people. They were the same people. They were just in different parts of the land. So they tried to separate them as if they different people. They the same people. They still there. You still got Afro-Mexicans in Mexico.
Yeah.
Been there the whole time. They tell you they never been imported from nowhere. They ain't got no problem telling you they was already here. But why we don't know they was already here? A lot of us don't know that on the West Coast we used to marry tribes from Asia. That's why a lot of Mexicans look Asian. But we did. It's in the logs of the emperors of China of coming over here by ship across the Pacific. It is written in African countries on the Western coast of coming over here, bringing wives from royal families of that land to marry into the royal families. All that's recorded information. It's just that it's so scattered that you have to know yourself to know your own history for you to put it all together. Because it's in your DNA code as well, which gives you the key to the Akashic records where you can see what everybody else code is too.
Will you ever write a book, Chief? Because you're a wealth of knowledge. Several people have asked that.
I'm gonna be doing some serious heavyweight writing when Malachi get home because I gotta do some work with him. And I don't know what Larry and Angel Bay want me to do to help them out, but I do know that me and Dr. Malachi got a whole bunch of writing to do, at least about 100 books.
Wow.
So
okay, that's gonna be amazing. Michael Williams, thank you so much for the Cash App. I'm sorry for the super chat. He wants to know, why did they make the more melanated people slaves that were native to the land?
Because we looked like the invaders. They put us both in the same condition. We was POWs. They came with slaves, and then in order for us to do the Conjure War, they slaves got to be master. It was a trick. They scrambled us together, the sardine effect. We think sardines is one kind of fish. It's a whole bunch of different kind of fish. Only way you know that they think they're the same is because they don't got no head and they all stuffed in a can together.
You mentioned earlier about the Akashic records. How can you access those or obtain the Akashic records?
Look, you got to, it's books to teach you how to activate your ESP. Akashic record is the written record of the planet. When you activate your extrasensory perceptions like psychometry, you pick up a rock, it's going to tell you a story. Okay. You touch a tree, it's going to tell you a story.
Yeah.
If you put your knees and your palms and your forehead to the ground, it's going to tell you a whole bunch of stories. But if your psychic channels are clogged up with modern dogma and bullshit, you can't access them. You got too much debris in the way. It's like trying to walk down a pathway that's covered with trash. And the trash is all the lies they told us along the way.
Chief, you have given us so much information and so much hope about, learning who we are and realizing that we're all going to be wealthy and the matriarchy is going to be restored again. I think we're going to be okay. What do you say?
I know we are. Especially now that we ain't falling for the fear mongering.
Okay.
Because it minimizes the chaos effect. Right. I don't care. You can run 10 cars down Bourbon Street. I bet you New Orleans still partying tonight.
Right.
I just know my people. But they're going to be more alert. Somebody else tried, he might not come out so good. Because they know what to look for now. Go down there, keep messing around in the you're going to find out why them projects in New Orleans is not to be effed with. F around and find out. F around and find out. Keep messing with them Indians in New Orleans don't play. They tried to take Mardi Gras for them one time. Didn't go well. Haven't touched Mardi Gras since. This the intricate part of the culture that you can't usurp. You can't stop it. Before you trigger the tribes, because the tribes that don't even go to Mardi Gras wake up. Pissed off. Right? And you got to remember, they got equivalent in the islands and in Brazil, Los Carnavals, Mexico, Cinco de Mayo, ancestral reverence days.
Wow.
This for ancestral reverence, to show your ancestors that you know who you are and that you have love for the family land. But when you do that, it empowers you as an individual to be yourself no matter who you're around. So they want us to think Mardi Gras evil. Jazz funerals evil. Jazz funerals is the celebration of a graduation of an elder. What the f are you talking about evil? We used to be happy when we graduated from the book of life. Especially when we did something worth celebrating.
Yeah.
Some of us ain't do nothing but be some piece of trash, rotten dog in the street. But some of us really did live a life to be celebrated. And many of them is forgotten now because they've been usurping our culture. But you don't even got to know their name now to feel their energy, because the presence is powerful in this era. And they consistently be peeking in on me. What you doing? I'd be like, come on, man, because if I'm talking to y'all around other people, they'll swear I done lost my mind. But they be there.
They want to know.
They be showing up. What you doing? Did you finish yet? Oh, Pimp C the worst. Out of all the telepathic chiefs, I wish they turned that nigga telepathy off.
Really?
That nigga get on my nerves so bad. Come on, man. You faster than that, man. Brother need to be seen, man. You know brother need to be seen. This ain't how the life of Pimp. Pimp don't supposed to live like this here. I need to be seen. I need to be out in front of my public. And they got me sitting over here waiting and you taking too long. I'd be like, Pimp, get out my head, man. Leave me alone. You supposed to be dead anyway, nigga. Go act like you dead.
You know who
Come on,
visits me?
man. Come on, man. You know what it is now, man. I need to be seen, man. Look, I need to pop my collar and flip some dollars and show them that the pimp is pimping. Man, I see why Bun B don't be saying nothing. Because if he get on my nerves, man, I can imagine what he doing to Bun. Don't tell that brother, man, to hurry up, man. No, he taking too long. You know, pimp need to be seen, man. I ain't never been out the public this long. Man, I had more attention to this when I was elementary. I could tolerate DMX because when he come through, all he do is say, he just straight to the point. Get him. He know what I'm doing, so he's just like, get him. ODB, he be on some other stuff. Crazy Horse, man. I swear, sometimes he sound like Sirius Jones in my ear. But
that's pretty amazing.
No, it's annoying. It's annoying. Look, I was Triple X, that boy XX Tentacion.
Yes.
I never listened to his music. And then one day he just came in dry and just took over my psyche. And he kept calling me bro. And it was getting annoying, but I didn't know that was a way for his clan to know that he really communicates. Because it started getting on my nerves. So I'm like, quit calling me fucking bro. Right? I ain't your bro. and I get a message when I get done with the live. I'm like, this nigga get on my nerves with this bro stuff. Man, I ain't your bro. And so the youngster say, he messaged me and everybody. He said, hey, I'm from Triple X Clan. The reason you got annoyed for him calling you bro, because he do that to everybody. And I was just like, man, some people don't need no psychic telephone.
I was going to ask you, do you think some of them are literally passed away, or do you think they're using
because Triple X told me, man, they think I'm dead, but I ain't dead. I'm like, I'm walking around. I'm like, I'm not dead like you not dead. Dang. Like he was going into details of how he not dead. Wow. And he was like, I don't mean like, because, you know, people be like figuratively speaking since your spirit alive. He was like, no, bro, I'm walking around like you walk around. He said, I just can't sing right now.
Okay.
Dolph don't never say nothing. He just pop his face in my view and he be looking at me, and then he'll say, and then it'd be like telepathic, and it'd be like, remember, blood in my eye. That's all he'll say, and he'll go.
Blood in my eye.
Yeah, it's a reference, the George Jackson reference, the Gorilla Family. When they killed George Jackson in prison and they asked his mama for a comment, all she could say was blood in my eye, which came the title of his book. His posthumous book was named Blood in My Eye because of her statement. And if you go back and you search the iconography from Young Dolph, you're going to see a pyramid with a red eye on top of it. I mean, blood in my eye from the top, from like whoever it is up there at the top looking down.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the hit on Young Dolph was done by the record label. And it was done for two different reasons. One, the only way they can get control of his music is if he died. It was in his contract.
My Lord.
And they had a massive insurance policy on him. But he wasn't aware of the insurance policy.
Okay.
And it was a group, whoever the owner is, they from the Middle East. And they got a group. And they got a list of artists' name in a book. And when the money starts to diminish for the record label, they tell him which artists to get next. I think he was behind the Mo 3. It's a couple of them that Empire Records had a hand in their murder. He did a countdown in the photo slide. If you go to owner Empire Records with rappers, you'll see him. He'll be doing the countdown with the different artists. He's counting how many he's killing.
Oh. Mm.
And so he put the hit on them, but if we can confirm the hit, we can extract them.
Okay.
And so when they put the hit on them, you know, psychological operations is in full effect now. Because Farrakhan said, you won't kill another one of us. It's more than one way to skin a cat.
Absolutely.
But some of them chiefs get on my nerves.
You got people here cracking up.
Hey, look. Hey, well, I'm just they get on my nerves. Like, that's some annoying stuff. I like Left Eye. I never get any communications from Aaliyah. But Left Eye always be looking at her. And I could see Aaliyah doing stuff like gardening.
Yeah.
She don't never be dressed provocative or nothing. She have on like this flowing white. Sometimes it be yellow, sometimes it be denim, but the sleeves be cut off. And then she have her hair wrapped up.
Wow. But she doesn't say anything.
She don't talk. She just want it all over with, from what I can ascertain. But Left Eye a little more psychically vocal than Aaliyah.
Somebody asked me who visits me. The only person that I can recall that visit me is Whitney Houston. And she visits me often.
I ain't had a visit from Whitney, and I was researching her case to try to find out if she was extracted or not. Because I couldn't never pick her energy up in the death pool. She wasn't there, but I couldn't pick up any psychic messages from the living either. Yeah. So I was like, I don't know what to think about this. And then we had, like, a lot of people don't know, a couple days before she got murdered, because she didn't kill herself and she didn't accidentally die, she got murdered. There was a guy tried to drown Bobby Christina in the same bathtub.
Heard about that. Yeah.
And nobody never mentioned it now. But remember, she had that boy come from Atlanta to fly in to come get her that day. So he came in on an emergency flight to take her out, and Whitney refused to leave because she tried to get Whitney to go with her. But Clive Davis had Whitney bound by contract. And he was holding some of her money ransom for her to perform at whatever that event that was happening when she was laying up there in that bathtub. But I haven't been able to pick no psychic energy up on her whatsoever.
The only thing she tells me all the time, she's like, go see about my baby. Go see about my baby.
Oh, my Bobby Christina?
I often wonder if she was talking about Bobby, but I have met a woman that says she's Whitney's oldest daughter that was sold into child sex trafficking. And we've been friends almost 10 years. And anytime I call her, anytime I hear Whitney's voice, I'll call her. She is always like something's going on, you know, in her life. So, and I feel Whitney's energy real strong. And sometimes, like, if I'm going through something, Whitney will, I know it sounds weird, she will literally give me the solution. And I'm like, why am I tapped into you like that?
Bloodlines. Family frequencies.
Wow.
But you can, once you get to a certain tribal, like a priestess, you being the natural born priestess, then they can tap into you to give you information, whether they on this side or the other side. The mitochondria carries the women's network, the psychic network.
Okay.
And that's why we learn all of the oracle reads, to fine tune our psychic talent so that we can understand. We can hear our mamas, like, even when they, like, I hear my mama all the time. If I'm doing something or about to do something that I know I ain't supposed to do.
Yeah.
Look, I was going to have somebody do something for me, and I knew I shouldn't have had them do it.
Okay.
My mama talked about me so bad. This has been about 2 months ago. She talked about me so bad, I sat my ass down and told that boy, I don't need you to do nothing.
Wow.
Yeah, you gonna send that boy out there to do something that you ain't gonna even do it yourself.
Wow.
And she knew I would have did it though. But it was the fact of the matter that she was scolding me from the other side that made me like, I'm not gonna pursue that course of action.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's powerful.
Yeah.
I really believe in the matriarchy, when I say that, I don't mean it in such a way that I believe in usurping any type of authority from men. I just, but I support the matriarchy, and what I've come to realize, it could be in my particular family, and even in the culture, in the church culture where I grew up, the women are sometimes, it seems like, are literally despised, and
It's
I don't
not
know
the
what.
women that's despised. It's y'all. Y'all naturally wealthy,
Oh,
and these niggas is poor, and they don't know how to unlock the wealth that's part of who you are.
okay, okay.
So they frustrated and angry.
That's deep. How do we teach? So I wouldn't mind teaching them how to unlock the wealth, but what do you say to them?
They gotta understand what relationships is not an ownership right.
Oh,
When you're in a
okay.
spiritual relationship, you seeking balance, an eternal balance between two people, and it's gonna give you an understanding. You're going to use your intellectual capacity as a man. It's going to tie to her emotional wisdom capacity as a mother. And when you put the two together and y'all exchange that energy, you don't look at women like subservience no more. That's all slave shit and invaders coming in to change the order. The men is so much different under the matriarchy. They first going to resist because they think that it's going to disempower them, but they don't know that the matriarchy is more empowering to a masculine man, and patriarchy is more beholding to a feminine man. Because that patriarchy got to always worry about who's the next patriarch to knock me off my throne.
Yeah.
Under matriarchy, the patriarch know who his clan is, and he know who he needs to protect, and he know his roles, responsibilities, and they clear, and they taught from the elders of the community from an early age. We used to have all of the Constitution memorized. If it was written, if they wrote it down as the Iroquois Constitution, but your rank was determined by how much you memorized. And as you get a certain age, they add on parts and parts and parts, and then you keep going over it. By the time you get a certain age, you can recite the whole Constitution back, word for word. That was the oral tradition, and it was also a memory exercise and the training of the memory to recall events and incidents based off the ability to be able to recall information. Training. That's why we didn't have to write nothing down, because we was taught to use our memories like West Indies Archie in the Malcolm X story. We all had memories like that at one time until they came with this conjure magic. They made us suspended our faculties, left us with amnesia to level the playing field.
That was so beautiful. That was superb. That was amazing. That the whole last segment paragraph of what you just said, talking about how the patriarchy, the men actually are more empowered under the matriarchy.
Yeah.
And less empowered under patriarchy. That was beautiful the way you broke that down.
Yeah. And you could see it play out.
Okay.
Watch the difference in the men who see they women as a equal partner. They will fuck you up so bad about that woman. Right? But she don't give him no hard time. There's no the relationship is not a conflict. That's patriarchal bullshit. Under the matriarchy, the man genuinely loved that woman, but he gonna be paired with her by his mama, whether he know it or don't know it. He gotta figure it out. That's what my mama told me. Figure it out. I said, Mama, how am I gonna figure it out? She said, you smart. I'm not that goddamn smart. You smarter than you think. My mom pissed me off so bad when she tell me that. So then I go figure it out like she told me.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I didn't want to figure some of that shit out. I wish I would have never asked.
Mm.
Because now I can't unknow what I know when I had to figure it out.
Mm.
This is not a
I can.
glamorous situation. It's not glamorous. It's not pretty. It's a bunch of dark nights and
Mm.
miserable, a long time, right? Because the misery gonna give way. Once you break free from the misery, that's also a chapter in Noble Drawley's writings, chapter misery.
Whoa. Okay.
It started off weak and insufficient as thou art, O man, and good. There is one thing in which you are strong and obstinate and will not bend, and its name is misery.
Mm.
And you go on to explain how you fight to stay in misery more than you fight to free yourself from it.
Woo.
Because you then become so socially conditioned by misery that that's your norm.
Mm.
He put that in there as an accident. Ain't nothing he did by accident. Same with Elijah Muhammad. Ain't nothing he wrote by accident. None of them lectures that they transcribed into his books was by accident.
Mm.
Everything was with, we all got a piece, and then one of us gonna put all the pieces together, and then we gonna see the full story.
Mm.
Right? Some of us had bigger pieces than others. I gotta tell everybody, these people calling me master teacher. I'm not the master teacher. I'm just the tutor for the master teacher. When Malachi comes in, you can ask the master teacher the question you need to ask the master teacher. I'm just tutoring you in the medium.
Mm.
Right? And the master speaker, that ain't me either. That's Farrakhan. He the lecturer. That's not my job either. I'm just the tutor. Coming to tutor you on the lectures that the master lecturer gave you so that you would know what's taking place on the land based on what the elders left behind.
Mm.
Right? So I don't want somebody else's glory. I want my own.
Absolutely.
I don't want somebody else's money. I want my own.
Mm.
So if it's mine, then I just want what's mine. What they say on that commercial, on a structured payment commercial, it's my money and I want it now. This is my land and I want it now. Actually, we don't own the land owns us.
That is
We
it.
just, we just responsible to take care of it. So we don't own the land owns us.
That's amazing. We sprung from the land, so that means that the land owns us.
Yeah. We don't own the land owns us. And they trying to cut your hair off and tell you it ain't your hair.
Mm.
Mm. You can't cut us off the land and tell us that we ain't from here. My genetics is Mississippi clay dirt walking. If I turn into dust tomorrow, it's going to be Mississippi clay dirt. That's just because that's where the root.
Mm.
You know? Get back to the first tribe, then you can put all this shit back together.
Mm.
Right? They gave us exonyms for everything. We ain't name all these funny names that they gave our tribes, but we use them. We use them because from them same names, you can tell the ones that's what's called self-identified, autonomous, and then you have those ones that was $5 enrollees in the program. We know by the name of the tribe where they come from.
Mm.
And if some of the tribes was hosting them as adoptees, training them how to live on the land in harmony with the rest of the people, then they gonna not look like that tribe, but they gonna swear that that's their lineage. They was adopted into the tribe, ancestrally speaking, right? We brought a lot of people in on Ellis Island because we couldn't get past the brown paper bag test. We was too dark. Only those Europeans that came over here was light enough to pass the brown paper bag test, or the ones that looked like Mongolians that was over here from us marrying Asians could pass it. That's why when they brought their Mongolian, Vedic, and Hun slaves over here, they was able to fit in so well.
Mm.
But you know the ones that was with us versus the ones that wasn't, because we fought side by side with our allies and face to face against our enemies.
Wow.
You look at the Seminole Wars, they say it's Seminole because they say we was all mixed up. Came from the same root as Semitic. Semi, half breed, right? We was amalgamation of tribes that all came to fight the Gullah War. Remember, King George set up Georgia as a military buffer zone to stop the tribes from traversing and slaughtering the Spanish in Florida. Then the Spanish set the cypress trees on fire. The ones that didn't burn down, they chopped them down and shipped them to Europe for furniture. That's how they was able to get us out of that stronghold in Florida. You can ride 75 going to the Keys and still see the charred remains of trees that was burned down because we had villages in the treetops. And that's why you have tribes now like Treetop Piru. They literally come from the treetops. They had villages. Used to be able to walk from Florida Keys in the top of the trees and don't come down till you damn near to Texas. All that stuff was interrupted by the foreigners. So you had your Skywalker clans, which was your blue clan from the treetops. And then you had your red clans from the treetops as two of the biggest clans. Now they all on the ground.
Wow. Literally lived in the trees.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
They still got villages around the world. If you want to know what it looked like, just go to Google under images and type in treetop villages. Okay. They still got them. They even making resorts, treetop resorts where you can go visit and sleep in the tops of trees. And that's for the ones that got that genetic drive to sleep in the treehouse and don't know why. Yeah. Then they see that as a resort and that ancestral memory kick in. I got to go there. That looked too much like where I'm from.
Yes.
So they make good money using your DNA, your genetic memory to capitalize off your ignorance and knowledge of self. If you knew who you was, you know they was baiting you to live your culture on their terms. Everything we did, they either monetized it or villainized it.
Yeah. Yeah. Chief, I saw this documentary about you that really helped me to understand who you were and where you came from. It's a beautiful documentary. It's called, it was on this channel here. I don't know what his channel is, but the topic of it, the name of this video was Rod Hayes. This is How I Became Chief Pontiac, the documentary. Very beautiful documentary. What'd you say?
Yeah, I gotta check that out.
Yeah, I'll send it to, it's the Galactic Talk channel. It's very beautiful. So I want to put that link in the chat so that our family could see it. And our friends, I will put it in the description section of this video because it's very powerful. Somebody by the name of KL Lathers sent a super chat of $10. Thank you so very much. We appreciate you. Family, I do see so many of you in the chat. Thank you so much for joining us. There are 2,029 people in the chat showing you love today. We thank you and appreciate you.
You're trying to make me blush. It's working.
A lot. Good. So Chief Faya Wata asks, what's happening with the realtors in relationship to us getting our land back?
Your real estate license is going to probably be revoked because real estate not going to be handled the same under the matriarchal system as it's handled now. And so people will have options, though. Nobody's getting anything taken from them under the matriarchy. So under the matriarchy, we trying to add on to what you got and make your life flourish. Under the patriarchy, they trying to take as much from you as they can without you knowing they stealing it from you in the form of inflation, taxation, and that was hilarious. Drea got a whole nother husband over there talking about they thinking I'm Drea's husband. And that was hilarious. That's my girl though. I love me some Drea. She don't be having no mercy on them crisscrossed up celebrities.
Wow. I'm just now learning about her. I had to check her out.
Yeah, that's my girl. So we go back. Yeah, when I first seen her, she was dropping some heat, and I was like, "Keep going, girl. Drop that shit."
Who is this? Sarah Martinez says, "Thank you for your courage, speaking out."
I appreciate
Family,
it. I don't see it as courage, but I appreciate it.
hit the like button, family. Share the video. Send Chief some love. You'll see on the ticker right here. Here's his Cash App, $ SikApe. That's $ SikApe. Chief, I've had you on here for 3 hours and 54 minutes. That's almost 4 hours. So I'm gonna wrap it up and ask you if you have any final words for us.
No, I appreciate you having me on. I had a blast. I can't wait to get a chance for you to speak to Empress Red Bird. That's gonna be epic.
Are you gonna be on with us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. She told me wherever she go, I gotta come with her whether I want to or not.
Ooh, okay, mama spoken.
Yeah, I didn't know for the first couple of years I was doing this work that they was giving her the receipts. That blew my wig back. That's when then all of the receipts is coded to a day.
When you say they were giving a receipt, you mean the people in government?
The ones who was holding the purse strings.
My Lord. They called her up and said, here's these documents. I mean, how did that transpire?
That's going to be a conversation that she's going to be able to explain for you. But they did.
Felt you was going.
She did have to go. She did have to go to Egypt and Europe to pick up documents.
To where?
Egypt and to Europe.
The literal Egypt or Egypt in America?
The country Egypt over there, what they call it the Middle East now, but it's really Northwest Africa.
Yes.
Yeah, that Egypt. And then because the pharaonic rulership, it had to be transferred back to the Americas, and the only people can do it is a tribal mother. So that's why she had to go through Egypt to get the papers. It's a whole bunch of rituals done on the tail end of that she probably never even seen from the temple priests. They knew who she was, who she is. And then all of the other tribal mothers, they've been contacted. I think I seen one of the ones on here, that you was talking to that said she was an heir. She's 9 out of 10 know what she's talking about. When I was listening to her, I was like, she wanted the 12 daughters of Isis, which is the 12 mothers of the earth, with 13 all together come Big Mama.
You mean Princess Elizabeth?
I think that was her name.
Yeah.
Wow. She not making it up. And they contacted her. She ain't the only one. Right there, I've been contacted by the Big Mamas in several of the islands. Wow. So I already know that the mothers on Earth, China been to. It was the first one. Everybody still think it's the communist state of China. It's not. It's now under the matriarchy as the People's Republic of China.
Wow.
Well, it's been like that since like 2017. When it happened, I had posted the announcement video on my Facebook. And I was trying to explain back there what it was meaning, and didn't nobody know what I was talking about. Didn't nobody know nothing about who Big Mama was and that the matriarchy was finna reclaim the land. They thought I was a babbling effing idiot. But I don't care. Mama said they're gonna say a whole lot of stuff about you. She said, you read that book, did they talk about Jesus? I said, yeah. She said, well, what make you think you better than Jesus? They gonna talk about you too. I said, okay, they can talk about me. I won't take it personal.
Mm.
It ain't gonna stop me from dropping this heat though. Spitting this fire like a dragon.
What are you and the other guy? What's his name? The other guy's channel you be on? It was like we're twisting caps, breaking
Oh,
necks,
young
twisting.
elder.
Young, what's his
Yeah,
name?
that's young elder.
Young. Yeah.
Yeah. So that was orchestrated from Malachi for me to do a city boy, country boy dynamic.
Okay.
Because they think that the country boy, because they got the country draw, don't know what the fuck they talking about when they actually do. And they just tricking you into thinking they dumb so they can outwit your dumb ass for trying to play them like a fool.
Wow.
But we had to go because I'm a country boy raised in the city. I ain't a city slicker.
Okay.
But I just was raised in the city to talk like a city slicker, but I'm really a country boy. And I would much rather be on the farm somewhere milking a goddamn cow than on social media running my mouth.
Yeah.
But mama said you got to do this part because this part gonna bring the rest of the part into view. Social media always have, and I can't wait to get off social media.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna whoop this dead horse until this motherfucker cross that finish line.
And we thank you for it.
Because some of us feel like I'm beating a dead ass horse. But I'm so sincere.
How can people get in touch with you? Turtle Island Lady says, Chief, how can I reach you?
Instagram Messenger, Facebook Messenger. I try to answer all my messages. Sometimes they get caught in the spam, and it might take me a minute to get to it.
Okay.
But I try to respond unless it's too much to type, and then if I say too much to type, that means with that we got to have a conversation now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
This
my
is
Instagram.
And I'll get to the Facebook. And then family, he's yawning. We're gonna let him get some rest. We don't want to wear out the elder. Hold on, here's the Facebook page. Right here. Oh, no, that's my Facebook page. Hold on, Chief. I got to get to your page. Rod Hayes. I don't even know how we met. I don't know. It must have been on social media.
I had commented on one of your videos, and then you answered my comment. Next thing you know, we was on the show together.
That's awesome. I was on a show with you and Young Elder, I think.
I had been watching you for a while, so I was trying to explain to people that you've been talking about the XRP and the Sarah Jacera and the SesQE Trust, and that you're the only one that, go through the whole topic. Like you follow it. I don't follow it like you do. So when people ask me about it, I say, go check out Dr. Kia. She talk about that stuff. That's her lane. She owned that lane right there.
Thank you. They tell me that I came here by Chief Pontiac sent me. I'm like, what? Okay. Thank you, Chief.
Yeah.
They love you, Chief. People sending you love. Oh, somebody said love you.
I accept all the love. Even if you don't got no money, I accept the love. That's with gratitude too.
And if you want to support Chief's work, family, you can send him a cash app to $SikApe. So no, he's not on X. Somebody wants to know if you're on X.
No.
Okay. All right, Chief.
It's just me. I move like a team, but it's just me.
Hold on 1 minute. I'm having some problems on one of my accounts. Let me get it out of here to put it back in. Just 1 minute. All right, Chief, you sure you don't have any final words?
No, I think we went over enough. We already gave people sensory overload, blew through brain cells.
Okay, I agree. So thank you, family. We appreciate all of you for coming in and spending time with us. You spent your night with us. 2,000 of you are in the chat, and you didn't have to do that. We really appreciate you. We love you. Happy New Year to you, family. Somebody's there saying they respect you. They love you, Chief. that's it. I'm getting tired too, but I appreciate this, Chief Pontiac. You're amazing, that you already know that. I love you so much from the bottom of my heart. And I look forward to staying in contact with you and working with you to, get things in order.
Oh yeah.
Get things.
The goal right now is to get as many matriarchs to meet behind the scenes as possible.
Okay.
And you definitely won.
Well, thank you so much. Family, having said that, we want to bid you good night. And I have to say my final words, as I always say. My name is Dr. Kia Pruitt, and I hope I've said something, and Chief has said something to raise your vibrations and inspire you to create the most amazing, magnificent life that you desire and deserve. Now go out and have a great evening and make this week a great week. Thank you, family. Good night. And support Chief, family. You know what to do. $SikApe. We love you. Take care. Good night.